A very good morning to you all on this fine Tuesday as we broadcast live from Eventcast Studios here in Johannesburg. My name is Andy Klee and I am your online host for today's Gender Intelligence Conference brought to you by Business Engage in partnership with Rand Merchant Bank. Gender intelligence is about understanding, recognizing, and valuing the differences between men and women. As men and women come to understand each other's ways of thinking and acting, they step up to a new and powerful level of conversation. Gender intelligence isn't ignoring or merely tolerating differences, it's celebrating them, embracing them, and understanding how to harness them to improve productivity, innovation, decision-making, and growth. Organizations that practice gender intelligence sustain a culture of inclusiveness and growth in their global competitiveness. They secure and retain the best talent, make better strategic decisions, produce more relevant products and services that mirror the market, and as a result, achieve superior financial results. Gender diversity is adding more of the opposite gender. Gender intelligence is knowing how to work better with people of the opposite gender. Please note that should we experience any technical dropout on this MS Teams platform, kindly log into www.preregister.co.za and the links will be updated there. Today's live session will be recorded, except for the last hour, so should you wish to review today's conference, you may do so. Just visit the Business Engage YouTube channel after the event. We have a number of speakers lined up for today, so I would like to introduce Emery Brown, Head of Banking, Rand Merchant Bank, for her official welcome. Good morning, Emery. We hand over.
Thank you. Good morning, Andy.
Hi.
And good morning, everyone. It is really great for me to be here and join all of you at the second annual Gender Intelligence Conference. I love speaking at these events because to me, diversity, gender, and inclusion are strategic topics that I'm really deeply passionate about. And as Andy alluded to, the reason why I think these topics are so important and ones that we really need to address is because they are so important to achieve business success. But equally, they ensure that women like all of us, and I'm glad you see that there's also a lot of men here, but really for women to ensure that we can thrive in our various careers and achieve success. In my former years, I spent a lot of time in an environment where I was the only woman, and that has resulted in me experiencing unconscious biases in my day-to-day working life, and consequently I've become an advocate to create a more inclusive workforce. But creating an inclusive workplace really requires deliberate action, and for me an event like today is one of those actions. Andy has also alluded to what gender intelligence is all about, and I think there's so much that we need to do to really understand the impact that, or the realities that we all live with as different genders, and the actions that we need to take to ensure that in our interactions and in our decision making, we actually take into account those differences. Many years ago at RMB, about 7 or 8 years ago, we realized that we need to challenge the status quo. There's more that we need to do to ensure gender equality at RMB. As an organization, we actually had very good gender diversity, but what we were lacking was female representation at senior leadership levels. We've actually done a lot of research to show that gender diversity is a business imperative, and that women actually bring leadership attributes that we believe are important to build our business into the future. The reality was that our leadership team was mainly male-dominated, and even though there were no ill intentions, there were unconscious biases that crept in how men thought about women in senior leadership positions. So we kind of realized that we need to take some deliberate actions to ensure that we could enable our women in our business to break through the proverbial glass ceiling. So what we also realized, and that's why I alluded to earlier to the fact that it's great that there are also women and men joining the event today, is that it requires us as women to show up differently, but that men are in many decision-making roles, and therefore they have such an important role to play with us as women to ensure that we bring about the changes that are required to ensure gender equality. So we, after many engagements with our leadership team, we got the necessary executive sponsorship, and we launched our initiative called Athena. And we specifically chose the word Athena because, for those of you that don't know, she's the goddess, Greek goddess of wisdom and war. And often these days, Athena is also used to represent democracy and freedom. So I'm proud to say that due to these efforts, RMB is a very different organization today. We have many women in senior leadership positions, also leading some of our profit-generating businesses, something that at a stage felt like a unicorn, something we will never achieve. But importantly for me, many of the women feel that they can be successful at RMB, that their views are valued, and that they play an important part of the future success of our business. What is also really inspiring for me to see is what we are doing through Athena actually has a positive impact on our broader diversity initiatives, also affecting race and sexual orientation. But we've also realized that to create an inclusive and diverse workplace requires ongoing and consistent effort. So our job is not done. Hence, through our Athena initiative, we continue to work actively at creating a workplace where women feel empowered, that they can achieve their individual career goals, and importantly, that they can thrive. An integral part for us of demonstrating our commitment to gender equality is to establish partnerships with organizations such as Business Engage. So we are extremely proud to be the flagship sponsor of today's event. I hope that you enjoyed the well-curated lineup of speakers, and I'm specifically looking forward to the presentation by one of our RMB team, Beth Rivet-Karnak, where she will be talking about ESG and sustainable finance, and in particular, the gender lens that we can apply to that. Because as a group of business leaders together today, both male and female, I believe that we have a role to play in ensuring that the S in ESG gets equal attention, where the reality is that it often plays second fiddle to climate. The social element in ESG includes the initiatives aimed at promoting gender equality. We find that investors are increasingly using gender as a measure of sustainability, demanding, quite rightly so, better representation of women on boards and in executive roles. So a question we have to ask ourselves as responsible leaders around this virtual table: what are we doing in our respective organizations to ensure that we not only have women at the table, but that they have a credible voice in the strategy of our organizations and matters affecting people and the society that our organization affects at large? But we shouldn't be forced to transform our practices only because of external forces. The business case for diversity is clear. Organizations that are diverse in terms of gender and race perform better because they harness the value of diverse thinking. But the rationale for gender equality also makes sense at a humane level. We are seeing more and more focus on ESG across the world and across different industries as we become more conscious of the impact our businesses have on society and the environment. At RMB, we play our role in ensuring that we are able to assist our clients with the transition to a more sustainable world. We have recently established our ESG and sustainable finance capability that is now playing a critical role in providing solutions to our clients to help them achieve their sustainability aspirations. Sustainable finance solutions is a wonderful opportunity to support the drive for gender equality. Gender, for example, can be incorporated in how proceeds of sustainable linked instruments are channeled. And local investors recognize the importance of social in the local context and are keen to see more issuances with social linked KPIs, which include gender. My call to action for all of us here today is to ask ourselves what role we can play through our organizations to ensure that we contribute to the investment made in women as key role players in our economy and in society. As a mother of 2 young boys having an incredible demanding career, I can safely say that my journey has been made a lot easier working for an organization that deeply cares for the needs of women, because we have decided to intentionally promote education and awareness of women-related challenges and to act decisively on them. Of course, we are still on a journey, and Athena is very much curating initiatives all the time to ensure that our women's needs remain top of mind in everything that we do. What I have learned over the years is that to successfully execute any strategy that advances gender equality in the workplace, everyone has a role to play, both men and women. And I again want to thank the men for joining us today, because you're in positions that where you can make decisions that can materially change the working conditions and the contribution of women in your workplace. I challenge all of us to listen deeply to all the presenters, and from that to make a commitment that you can drive in your organization when you leave the conference today. I would like to congratulate Colleen and the team at Business Engage for once again crafting an exceptional conference. The power lineup of speakers will no doubt heighten our gender intelligence and is insofar as it relates to women in the workplace. I want to thank all the speakers for taking the time to join us today and to share your expertise and insights. I'm looking forward to learning from all of you. Lastly, I also want to thank our own Darshni Pariyachi, the head of the Athena Initiative, for your efforts in ensuring that we continue to create meaningful partnerships that promote these important conversations. I hope you all enjoy the conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Emery. Is that your little guy in the background there on the picture?
It is indeed.
Bless you. Well done, Mom. We all love Athena, and sure, the goddess of wisdom, may she rise within each and every one of us gals. Thanks, Emery. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Cecilia Akitomide. Cecilia is a seasoned executive with expertise in development finance, corporate governance, law, and general management. She is the senior executive advisor to the group CEO of EcoBank Transnational Incorporated in Lome, Togo, Africa's Pan-African bank operating in 33 African countries. Cecilia holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Ife, now OAU, yes, Master of Laws from the University of Miami Law School, Master of Laws from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and an Executive MBA from TRIUM, a combined program by LSE, NYU, and HEC. She was also admitted to the Nigerian Bar and the New York State Bar. Cecilia is an ardent champion of girls' and women's economic empowerment and is passionate about corporate governance, the accelerated and sustainable development of African countries, as well as innovation and entrepreneurship. To talk about gender mainstreaming and sustainability in Africa, I'd like to hand over to Cecilia. Hi, Cecilia.
Hello, Andy.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am deeply honored to be a speaker at this 2022 Gender Intelligence Conference. And my sincere appreciation to Business Engage and the CEO, Colleen Larson, and Business Engage's partner for this conference, Rand Merchant Bank. So this morning, I will be sharing on the gender dimensions of building back better. This is a very important topic for all of those advocates of sustainability. Now, I believe we all agree that there are two things that are terrible to waste: our minds and a crisis. So borrowing from the United Negro Fund, whose slogan is, a mind is a terrible thing to waste, and Paul Romer, a Nobel Prize winning economist, who said a crisis is also a terrible thing to waste. And so for us, gender mainstreaming or gender intelligence advocates, COVID-19 is a rare crisis that will be terrible for us to waste. We have the minds to transform this crisis to a huge opportunity. The COVID crisis has been multidimensional in its impact, generally, and in particular for the gender agenda. Women have been affected negatively and disproportionately by the crisis, and from all fronts: economically, financially, socially, politically, emotionally, and most unfortunately, physically. The real concern is that the COVID crisis may set us back many years and reverse previous gains and achievements in gender inclusion and gender mainstreaming. This, however, does not need to be the case, as governments, subnationals, organizations, and businesses design their recovery plans or strategies. We can ensure that gender inclusion, gender mainstreaming is considered a major pillar in those strategies and recovery plans. Furthermore, the same way COVID has been multidimensional in its negative impact on women and the gender agenda, it presents multidimensional opportunities for us to maximize globally and in particular as a continent. We will recall that in 2018, the African Union adopted its gender equality and women's empowerment strategy, the 2018 to 2028, and in this connection declared 2020 to 2030 as the decade on financial and economic inclusion for African women. These are the commitments we have made as a continent, and together we are all accountable for the fulfillment. So what are the opportunities that the time we're in and the times that we're in present for us? First is the fact that there's a broad focus on post-COVID recovery plans and strategies. Governments at national or subnational level are focused on their post-COVID recovery plans and allocating resources in this regard. In addition, development finance institutions and bilateral agencies are also allocating resources to the design and adoption of the recovery plans. Women and women-focused organizations must engage and leverage this opportunity. Recovery plans will not naturally address barriers. The recovery plans will not naturally address barriers to gender mainstreaming or the inequities of gender inequality. Furthermore, we may not have standalone gender-focused interventions. We must therefore ensure that recovery plans have gender chapters or gender components that are specifically designed to address issues of gender inclusion, gender mainstreaming, and reversing the negative impact of COVID on gender. We also must ensure that specific resources are allocated to this agenda with a clear framework and indicators to monitor the gender-related results. It is important that Build Back Better plans specifically include gender-based indicators to avoid gender discriminatory execution and results. If 50% of the population are not effectively provided for, our recovery plans will fail. We must demand for gender mainstreaming components in recovery plans and recall that gender mainstreaming is an economic solution. It's an economic imperative and should be discussed in all fora where the economy is discussed. Now, most recovery plans tend to focus on construction, infrastructure development, mining, and technology. These are sectors that tend to be male-dominated. An observer describing the EU recovery plan described it as mainly focused on male-dominated sectors without giving adequate consideration to those sectors where women tend to work or sectors in which women conduct their businesses. In analyzing the EU recovery plan, it was also observed that if they wanted to create employment where it was needed, they had to place gender equality at the center. Accordingly, if we design our recovery plans with a focus on certain sectors without doing a gender analysis, the benefits to women may be limited. Now, the COVID experience revealed certain interesting facts. First, that there's a higher percentage of women in jobs in health, tourism, and the hospitality sectors. And most of these women are in junior roles with limited job security. A McKinsey 2020 report found that in countries such as mine, Nigeria, women were disproportionately represented in sectors that were negatively affected by COVID. That same report revealed that women were 19% more likely to lose their jobs than men as a result of COVID. Furthermore, although women constituted 39% of the labor force, generally, in accommodation and food services, they constituted 54% of the labor force, as well as 75% in healthcare. And there are other sectors like agriculture, where you have a high percentage of women operating. Also in trade, particularly informal cross-border traders. So as we design recovery plans, it is important that we give consideration to these sectors where it has been revealed that there are high percentages of women working in those sectors. Also, in other sectors where there are lower percentages of women, it is advisable that we introduce set-asides and also have programs to encourage women to engage in those sectors. In addition, recovery plans tend to include cash transfers to individuals or businesses. Now, it has been noted that women, particularly in the informal sector and rural areas, usually do not have the required documentation to confirm eligibility for these transfers or other benefits. Now, with some African countries having as high as 45% of households headed by females, if these cash transfers are not carefully designed to ensure broad and effective delivery with eligibility and identity criteria which are easy to satisfy, many deserving families and businesses will not receive assistance, and we will inevitably increase the number of people who risk falling into poverty. We also have a huge learning opportunity that the COVID experience has presented to us, and we should carefully mind the knowledge prospects at this time. We should invest in understanding the gender impact, fully understanding the gender impact of COVID and documenting the experience so that the negative effects can be avoided in the event of future pandemics. Furthermore, the knowledge developed should inform policies and resource allocations. Now is the time to collect gender disaggregated data that will help understand better the experiences of women and the interventions that work and those that do not. The issues of representation is of critical importance. We absolutely must have women at the table where decisions are being taken regarding recovery plans. We would remember that the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, known as the Maputo Protocol, was adopted as far back as 2003 and required states to ensure increased and effective representation and participation of women in all levels of decision making. However, even in 2022, there has been only one elected female president on the continent, with varied representation in parliament, ranging from 61% in Rwanda to 3.6% in my country, Nigeria. With respect to ministerial level appointments, more than 50% of African countries have less than 20% women at ministerial level. In the private sector, we find that 1 out of 4 board members is a woman. So with this poor representation and participation of women in decision-making, we have to find ways of going beyond the substantive representatives. We must involve women leaders of all ages and groups in designing recovery plans. It is critical that women are seen and heard during these debates. The lessons from COVID, which include the abnormality of not having women at the table where decisions are being taken concerning women, or decisions are being taken concerning the economy, is
Dear Cecilia, sorry, we seem to have lost you. We're just going to try and establish another connection. Let's give you a few moments. What we might just do is take couple of minutes to take a break before we establish more connection. And then the team will let me know if we continue with you, Cecilia.
Daar betaal nie verkoop.
Hi, Cecilia, we're back online. I'm sorry we dropped you there. We couldn't, lost a bit of connection. I don't know if you can hear me. We're just waiting to hear from you. There we go. Is there something coming through?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Great.
Fantastic.
Apologies for that. So please do continue. Yes, I can
Thank
see
you
you.
very much.
Great.
Thank you. And so I was talking about representation and making sure that we have not just men, but both men and women, make sure that all ages and groups are represented in the rooms where decisions are being made regarding post-COVID. And to do this, just given the poor representation that we have at this time, it is important to go beyond substantive members of, I would say, the cabinet or members of parliament to just involve civil society as well as leaders cutting through different ages and groups. I wanted to also mention the importance of procurement and how procurement can be used effectively in reversing economic and financial effects of gender inequality. Build Back Better plans present a great opportunity in this regard. Public procurement is recognized as an important channel for stimulating an economy, particularly during a crisis. And public procurement in certain countries constitutes as much as about 14% of GDP. It is important that governments go beyond cost efficiencies as a procurement objective to also achieving strategic objectives such as stimulating the female economy and creating jobs within that economy. As governments design recovery plans, they should specifically allocate a percentage of public procurement that's part of those plans to women-owned businesses, thereby channeling resources to women, creating jobs, and building capacity. We've seen the recent experience in South Africa, where it was recently announced that a 40% preferential procurement will be made in favor of women. This is a step in the right direction and should be emulated by other countries. Women's organizations, such as WIMBIZ in Nigeria, has started training programs for women so that they can be prepared and ready to participate in public procurement. Such training programs are important to ensure that women are ready to take on these opportunities. Also, UN Women has also been a great advocate of gender responsive procurement. Now, recovery plans also require the active participation of the private sector to succeed. And corporate procurement is one of the areas that private sector should actually focus on to crowd in more women. Corporate procurement should be made more gender responsive, similar to public procurement. And in this regard, the boards and the executive committees should consider the gender disaggregated lessons from the COVID experience and try to make sure that post-COVID, some of the policies that are adopted by the organization are informed by the lessons from the COVID experience. And what really is important on boards that I sit on, we try to make sure that we don't just go back to business as usual, return to the way things were prior to COVID. It's important to first have a conversation. What were the lessons learned? Have there been surveys conducted of all of the staff members? Have we been able to analyze the feedback we have received by gender, by age, and other different groups? This will inform budgeting for the organization. This will also inform employment benefits. So, for example, after 2 years of working from home, certain female staff members may actually prefer working from home or remote working to having a creche or a lactation room in the office. And so it's important that we take this opportunity in organizations, in businesses, to take another look at our employment benefits, to actually make sure that our benefits are relevant for today and are relevant for both genders. In addition, the board has a major role in driving these conversations, in driving the gender mainstreaming conversations and strategies. And this can be done under the ESG discussions. Now, even from the perspective of ESG principles, the board must at least dedicate time to discussing and charting the path of their organization to becoming gender mainstreamed, if it is not. And thereafter, put in place a whole process for monitoring progress. Also, taking into consideration the lessons that have been learned from 2 years of different work styles, 2 years of adopting technology radically in delivering in the office. Finally, I would like to share 2 experiences at EcoBank, just to give an example of what organizations can do. One is a corporate action, while the other is a commercial banking experience. So after 2 years of working from home and leveraging technology, we actually started observing that teams were being built not based on physical location. So teams were now being built across the 35 countries in which we were present. And this has actually had a positive impact, particularly for women staff members. For certain types of experiences, particularly if you come from a smaller country, you may not have the exposure to certain experiences if you remain in those locations. And so for certain women, it was a challenge because they felt they had to relocate away from their families. Now, with the COVID experience and observing that teams were being created across borders, this virtualization of teams has proven highly beneficial for women. And so these are some of the lessons or opportunities that came through from the COVID experience and now has become a part of the way we create teams and is of great benefit to women. So we need to take on the lessons from COVID, not change everything and say, well, that was the COVID experience. Now we're back in the office. We go back to the way we used to do things. There are actually some nuggets in the COVID experience. The second example is the Elevate program that was established right in the middle of the COVID experience in November 2020. The Elevate program is an end-to-end differentiated business solutions initiative for women-led, owned, or focused businesses. And Elevate was informed by the following. First, that 1 in 4 female adults in Africa starts or manages a business. 2, the financing gap for women in Africa is estimated at $42 billion US dollars, with $15.6 billion in agriculture alone. 3, SMEs account for up to 90% of businesses in Africa, and women own about a third of all registered SMEs. And 4, women invest 90% of their income into their communities and families. We also observed from engaging with women clients that their banking needs and expectations appeared to be different. Women were less networked, but desired a relationship with their financial partners beyond the mechanical processing of financial transactions. Furthermore, it was clear that bridging that gap of $42 billion was key to unleashing women's economic potential. Finally, access to information was important. Women needed information that would inform their business decisions, but had challenges accessing that information. So the Elevate program provides end-to-end initiatives that actually respond to these needs that we observed from our women clients. We have had to be innovative to respond to certain needs that I have mentioned earlier. So for example, particularly for businesses in the informal sector, lending is against cash flows. Also, we've been partnering with DFIs to de-risk loans to these businesses and reducing the need for collateral. And so for a program that started focused on helping women in business, we have, and started right in the middle of COVID, one of the most challenging periods for businesses. We have been able to onboard 17,400 women into the program. These women have deposited $238 million, and that's the value of their deposits. And we have been able to disburse loans to women-owned businesses to the tune of $93 million. So this is a program that was established in the middle of COVID while women-owned businesses were struggling. And it is a program that is going to be maintained, and it's going to be part of EcoBank's suite of products for women. And so there are huge opportunities, both related to the government, also for business, that we should focus on. There are huge opportunities that we cannot allow to waste. And so what I want to just encourage each and every single one of us, that during this time, instead of focusing on the negative impact of COVID-19, now is the time for us to focus on the opportunities that have been presented to us. Thank you very much.
Cecilia, thank you so much. Apologies for the drop in connection there, but great that we got to connect with you again. Well, the COVID experience certainly has challenged all sectors, but here's to rebuilding and renewing. Up next, I have the great pleasure of interviewing Helen Nicholson. Helen has been called the networking queen by many of her clients. She began her career as an accountant and has evolved into the founder and CEO Chief Excitement Officer of the networking company. I love that. They specialize in training professionals on the so-called soft skills like personal branding, networking, and mindfulness, which are actually the essential power skills to advance people's careers. Helen has international corporate experience and has lived in the Middle East for 5 years, where she developed and sold her own successful business in Dubai. On her return to South Africa, Helen has run the networking company for 15 years. She's a passionate South African and was interviewed by Gibbs Business School as one of South Africa's leading female entrepreneurs. She has run the New York Marathon in 2011 and has been a single mom to 24-year-old identical twin daughters since they were 3. She's a passionate connector and walks her networking talk. Helen has published 2 best-selling business books, and her new book, Mindfulness: How to Stay Sane in an Insane World, is the topic of our interview today. Good morning, Helen. Lovely to meet you in this virtual space. Can you hear me? There she is. Okay, hang ten. I'm just waiting for some audio to come through. Can we hear you?
Andy, can you hear me?
Yes, there we go. You've come through. Hi, Helen. I just want to say thank you for joining us today. I believe you're not very well at the moment. But you know what? Us ladies, we power on.
I'm a great believer in the joys of red lipstick.
Yes, and mascara.
Exactly. I always feel bad for men who can't have these like little tips and tricks in their drawer.
A little bit of foundation. Helen, thank you so much. I managed to get my mitts on your book, and I just want to say thank you for an easy and inspiring read. I'd love to get to know more about you, and if you may please share with us how you got to the point of writing this book, and what was the catalyst for this book to happen?
Thank you, Andy. So, I have been involved and have had a personal journey with mindfulness because I have burnt out twice, and I had a near-death experience a couple of years ago. So it took me a while to learn my lessons. I needed to get kind of clapped on the head a couple of times. And I've realized that most people, when they come to some kind of realization around mindfulness or living a better quality life, have often had health scares that precipitated. Arianna Huffington in her book Thrive says that she was kind of working 20-hour days. She was named as Time's, most influential thinker, or one of the 50 influential thinkers. And then one day she was so exhausted because she was so sleep deprived that she kind of hit her kind of side of her head and collapsed. And I had a similar experience. I was on holiday in the Drakensberg over the Easter weekend a couple of years ago, and I hadn't been looking after myself. I was sick, and I self-medicate because I get tired of being sick. And 2 of my medications contraindicated each other, and I ended up experiencing anaphylactic shock in the middle of the Drakensberg. And for anyone who's listening to this, it's very remote and in the mountains. So, you've got to travel quite far to get help. And thank heavens, you've literally got an hour, I think, or 40 minutes to get help. And I was able to do that. But the doctor gave me a very big lecture after that. And he said, you're not taking care of yourself. My family was very traumatized because they'd found me like lying naked, unconscious on the shower floor. So really, it was after that experience that I decided that up until then, I'd only been sharing my personal mindfulness journey with our delegates. So I run a leadership training company, and that really had been our audience. And obviously I speak professionally, so I'd shared some of the stories, but I hadn't really made myself as vulnerable as I realized that I probably should have. I'd kept it at kind of more of a high level. And when I realized that, I think as people, the more vulnerable we make ourselves and we share our intimate stories, that's how we learn. And I think other people learn from those kind of stories too. So that really was the catalyst for the book. And obviously during COVID, I decided that I turned 50 in 2020, and I decided that it was time. So, and I also made it a hardcover, because I decided that we're not having any soft covers in over 50, because I felt that by the time you get to 50, you've learned some gravitas lessons. So they needed to be packaged as kind of gravitas lessons. So that was really the journey of the book.
Oh, fantastic. Tell me, is mindfulness the same as meditation?
No. Meditation is one of the ways in which you can be mindful,
Right.
but mindfulness as a broad kind of concept, there are lots of definitions, but one of my favorite ones is when you bring your brain and your body into the same place at the same time.
Right.
So it's when you are fully present. That really is what it is to be mindful. Meditation, I mean, there are lots of different techniques. Gratitude is another technique. You know, and I've got specific rituals that I try and practice, different ways of being mindful. Because I think a lot of people have this mistaken belief that you've got to sit kind of cross-legged on the top of a mountain, you know, doing a yoga pose, and that's what being mindful is. But you can actually be mindful in your very busy lives. That all of us, I'm sure, on this call experience, because it's actually about little small rituals, you know, that you put into your life during the day.
Bringing yourself into present time, so to speak.
Exactly.
I see. And what would you say are some of the key aspects that one should keep top of mind when, I mean, obviously one should read the book first and foremost, but on day to day, how does one sort of, what can one learn as few little aspects just to keep ourselves in the present moment? Is it breath? Is it breathing? Is it massage, relaxation?
Yeah, so I'll share some of the rituals that I do every day and that help me, and I hope they'll help some other people. So it's really about bookending your day around recovery. So you will have seen in the book there's a whole section devoted to recovery, because I think that we try and perform higher, but we don't amplify recovery at the same time. So, you know, you hear a lot of people speak about their resolutions for 2022, and they were going to, you know, perform better, and we kind of, you know, hopefully over, you know, the worst of COVID. And I think people were planning lots of big things for 2022. And then when I asked them, I said to them, well, what's your recovery strategy to amplify your performance? A lot of them, you know, don't have, you've got to apply the same performance strategy to your recovery as you do to your performance, because that's the equation. So the recovery rituals that I have in place that I book in my day, the first one to kind of anchor me in the day is when I wake up in the morning, I don't immediately turn on my phone. And I drink a cup of rooibos tea, and I sit outside and I actually watch the sunrise. So probably quite early at about 5:30. And then what I do is I use, there's an Insight timer. It's a meditation app, and it's silent. So I personally don't like someone speaking in my ear, and really it's a personal preference. Some other people prefer that. But the Insight timer, literally I just set the time for 15 minutes. And then what I do is I just practice some breathing. So, and once I've done that, so that's given me about 30 or 40 minutes to myself in the morning, and then I switch on my phone. And I found that that's been incredibly useful, you know, in terms of just anchoring yourself in the day, because there's nothing worse than you've just woken up and then immediately you're turning your phone and then you're getting yanked around by everyone else.
Yes, yeah.
So that's a good one at the beginning of the day. And then, you know, another one that I have is I have a gratitude journal, and I write in that, and I have to fill a page before I'm allowed to go to sleep.
Sure.
So, you know, and it's just become, you know, how I don't, and it's one of the things, and the research that I did for the book was very interesting, because it really uncovered for me how negative our brain actually is.
Yes.
So our brain is not designed to make us happy.
Sure.
And I think when you realize that, and our brain is designed to help us think and solve problems, and it's designed to help us to protect us. So your brain is constantly kind of looking for what could go wrong.
And making us hypervigilant, I suppose. Hey?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why when you realize that that is the natural state of your brain.
Right.
And then when you add on to, I find a lot of people who in professions like legal or compliance or auditing, you know, and I'm sure a lot of people who are watching this are in those kind of professions, because a lot of those professions are trained on what could go wrong. You know, you're constantly ascertaining risk. So when you add the natural state of your brain and you add the fact that your profession often is about what could go wrong,
Sure, it's
you know,
exacerbated.
that results in a very negative mind state. So, you know, what gratitude does is you actually training your brain to be more positive and realizing that all of us have actually got enormous amounts to be grateful for.
Right. Tremendous. You say in your book, no one is coming to save you. You are the one you've been waiting for. Does that mean you are then on your own? Embellish a little bit?
No. It means, and this is always one of the most controversial parts of our work, is no one is coming to save you because you're the one you have been waiting for. So my mother actually thinks it's completely depressing. Whenever I tell her, you know, that that's what we teach our delegates, she said to me, I can't believe anyone pays you to tell you that no one is coming. She says, I wouldn't pay you 5 cents to hear that. Wow. So I said, Mom, it's actually deeply liberating, because when you realize it, in other words, what we've realized is that women spend a lot of time as ladies in waiting. Right. They wait for husbands or partners or bosses or whoever to come and save them. And when you realize that no one is coming to save you and you're the one you have been waiting for, there's a great sense of personal liberation. It's not to say that you're on your own. It's, you know, I'm a big believer in tribes. You know, Colleen that runs Business Engage is an amazing networker. You know, I run the networking company. We clearly believe in networks. But so you have this tribe of people around you. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with you. And you've got to take personal responsibility for yourself and for your life. And especially around burnout and recovery. You know, I often find that you very seldom do people say to you, you know, oh, wow, Andy, you look a little bit tired today, or Colleen, you look a little bit tired. I think you need some recovery time. It's you who knows your body, and you're the one. You know, I came back from London yesterday. I went to go and visit my one daughter, and obviously I've come back feeling full of flu. So I know now I need to moderate myself, and I've got to actually take care of myself for the rest of the week. So no one else knows that except for me. And, you know, that's what it really means. It's around that personal liberation.
Yeah, absolutely. And would you say your daughters have followed in your footsteps? Have they read your book? Are they inspired by you, Mom? Because moms must be inspiring people too.
Yeah, you'd have to ask them that. Daughters, I always think anyone who's parented teenagers, it's a sufficiently humbling experience. I always think you have no ego possibilities when you have teenagers or young adults surrounding your life. But no, I'm very proud of both of them. One of them is in our business with me.
Fantastic.
And then the other one is in London, and they're identical twins. So it's been important for them to actually forge their own identities separately.
Right. Oh, super. Tell us, where may we purchase your book? I think it was available online. Cole, was it available online?
The link's on our website.
Okay, there is a link on our website for the book, but is it available at Exclusive or any of the Estoril books in and around Joburg?
The easiest place is Take a Lot
great.
to get it, and or you can go to, we've got a Shopify site, the networking company, and you can get it, and I personalize all the ones that get sent out from our site.
Wonderful.
So, and we've sold 1,000 in 4 weeks, so apparently it's a bestseller. We just ordered a whole new lot, which is quite exciting.
You are inspiring, Helen. I can see you look a little exhausted. Go and relax, go and take some time for yourself, and thank you for sharing your heart with us this morning. Always so lovely to get real, you know, even when we're in this very virtual space. We're going to be moving on, but okay. Okay, so super. We actually have a bit of time to spare, so we'll be taking a few minutes break. But please note that should we experience any technical dropout on this MS Teams platform, kindly log into www.podcast.co.za preregister.co.za, and the links will be updated there. Also, today's live session will be recorded, except for our last hour. So should you wish to review today's conference, you may do so, and just visit the Business Engage YouTube channel after the event. Before we bring on Catherine, we will be taking a few minutes break. Spot you shortly. And we're live back again. Hello, everybody. Our next speaker is Catherine Musakali. She's lined up to chat to us about sustainability from a corporate governance point of view. Why ESG, environment, social governance, has become a key area of focus for boards right now. Catherine is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a fellow of the Institute of Certified Secretaries of Kenya. Catherine is the founder of Dorian Associates, LLP, a firm specializing in governance matters and commercial legal consultancies. Prior to founding Dorian Associates, Catherine worked for Kenya Shell Limited, now Vivo Energy Kenya Limited, as their company secretary and head of legal for over 15 years, during which period she managed the legal functions of Shell operations in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Morocco, Egypt, and Tunisia. She has worked for Shell in the United Kingdom, during which period she specialized in mergers and acquisitions and other commercial transactions, as well as being the legal focal point for all contracting and procurement matters for its businesses in the 23 countries in Africa. Catherine holds a Bachelor of Laws degree and a Master of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi, a higher national diploma in law, Kenya, as well as a certificate in securities and investment from the Securities and Investment Institute, London. Good morning, Catherine. I'd like to hand over to you. Hi.
Thank you very much. Good
you.
morning, and thank you for the kind introduction. May I share my screen, please?
Super. We'd like to share Catherine's screen.
Yeah, kindly enable me.
Okay. Gents, do we want to share screen?
Still disabled.
Okay, I think you need to, do you need to share from your side, gents? Do you, okay,
Yes.
so, okay.
I can share from my end.
Yes, please.
Okay,
You'd like to see
it's
me.
disabled.
There you go.
All right, let me try again. It's still disabled.
Okay. Coming through.
Thank you.
Are we winning?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We are still trying.
Okie dokes, hang 10. We've got to love technology.
Great.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
I've got a heap of gorgeous gents helping me on this side, and I'm just watching them flap around, and I'm going, yes, you can do that for me.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys. Giving me thumbs up, thumbs down, left, right. Let's just see what's happening here.
Great. It has come through. Thank you
Super.
very much. Awesome. So
Great.
I am going to talk with you this afternoon, this morning, just to have a conversation around sustainability from a corporate governance perspective. Why does it matter? Why is it so important? Why all of a sudden are we talking about ESG? And let me start by saying this, that from my experience, the corporate governance framework has really evolved over time, given the changes that we have in our environment. And what we have started to see now is that there are greater demands on boards for transparency, for accountability, for more structured engagements with stakeholders, particularly on two issues or two areas, social issues, as well as environmental issues. And so right now, and maybe perhaps 10 years ago, if anybody was asked to sit on a board, the answer would be yes. Now, when somebody is asked to sit on a board, the answer is, let me think about it, because there are so many demands on boards. And so let me move on to sustainability. When we talk about sustainability from a corporate governance perspective, we are really talking about sustainability from a broad perspective. We are talking about responsible business practices. We are really talking about what boards need to do to comply with the legal environment, to ensure that they are aligned with the social environment, the environmental environment, financial as well as reputational concerns. That we are basically saying that any organization that is operating at any one time in any given jurisdiction needs to ensure that it has a license to operate from the society in which it finds itself. And hence the concept of environmental social governance. Previously, this concept was known as the triple bottom line approach. The accountants love to talk about people, planet, and profit, but this has now been expanded to include the environment. That it is not about delivering profits to the stakeholders or to the shareholders, but it is about ensuring that the organization is aligned with the expectations of the various stakeholders with regard to the three pillars of sustainability, which are environmental, social, and governance. And so allow me now to just define those pillars for us as we go along. The environmental pillar really is about how are the company's operations impacting both the living and non-living systems around it. The air, the land, and the complete ecosystem around it. And here we talk about if you're in the manufacturing environment, for example, are you discharging effluent into the environment? How are you using water? How are you ensuring that you're not adding on to the waste in the world? How are you preserving the environment? And so there is a great focus on the environment pillar because we have realized that we only have one world. And if we damage this world, we definitely will have nowhere else to live. And so there is now a great focus on the environmental pillar. This was not there in the past, but you can see that with COP26, COP27 coming up, there's so much discussion around climate change. And climate change has come about because of the impact of operations on the environment. I'm sure many of you during the COVID era, if you had the opportunity to just sit out and look at, the weather out there or the field ahead of you, you would have seen a much clearer environment because planes were not flying, because there was not too much traffic, around. So how are we as business organizations making sure that our operations are not negatively impacting the environment? That is the environmental pillar. The social pillar, on the other hand, talks about the company's capacity to generate trust and loyalty amongst its stakeholders. So here we talk about the workforce, we talk about the customers, the clients, society at large. What sort of practices has the company adopted so that it has a reputation for promoting the health and well-being of its workforce? It has the reputation for ensuring that society is benefiting from the company as a whole. So that is the social pillar. The last pillar of environmental social governance, or ESG, is really the governance pillar. This is about the types of policies, the types of systems and processes that the board has put in place to ensure that the company is delivering long-term value for the stakeholders. So when we talk about ESG, we are not just focusing, when we talk about sustainability, we're not just focusing on how much money an organization has put in the bank so that it can pay its salaries for the next 10 years. I keep hearing from my friends that to measure sustainability, you have to ensure that you have at least a year's salary for your staff, for your employees in the bank. That is no longer the case. Yes, profits on the one hand, but most importantly, how have you aligned yourself to the social goals that we have, to the SDGs, to the environment? And that is why now we are measuring sustainability from a more balanced perspective. Given that definition, therefore, what must boards do? The first thing that boards must do is go back to their purpose. Why do they exist? Why have you started this business in the first place? And it's very clear to me that once you crack the issue of purpose, it is very easy for you to ensure that you satisfy the requirements with regard to the 3 pillars of ESG. The second thing is to ensure that the operations of the business do not negatively impact the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So satisfy the needs of the present generations.
Sorry, I'm like doing a million things at once at the moment. So all the talking in the back, just have to listen in on this.
Everything going okay with
Jed, please. Thank you.
It seems that way. Sessions are.
So, Jed, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the first thing that boards must do is really to focus on purpose and to ensure that their operations do not negatively impact the ability of future generations to meet their needs. For them to be able to do this, boards must adopt what we call a sustainability policy, which is based on the 3 pillars of ESG, environmental, social governance. So ensure that there are certain goals around the environmental pillar, ensure that there are goals around the social pillar, and also ensure that there are goals around the governance pillar. Those goals must be smart in each of the pillars. And then the board must ensure that they are monitoring, they're measuring, and they're reporting progress against each of those pillars to their stakeholders. Because sustainability, as I said, is about doing responsible businesses. Now, when we talk about the environmental pillar, the sorts of things we are focusing on are greenhouse gas emissions, use of raw materials, use of water, use of land, pollution, including discharge of effluent, so on and so forth. So the board must make sure that it has set goals to ensure that it is not damaging the environment in any way, that it is conserving energy, that it is generating energy in a responsible way, that it is, if it is discharging effluent, it is doing so in a very responsible way. On the social pillar, the board has to make sure that it has put in place appropriate goals to ensure the safe working conditions of employees. It must ensure that it has HR processes in place that ensure the health and well-being of their employees, that the pay structure that is in place is fair for all, that you have safeguarding policies in place to ensure that there is no child labor, there is no sexual harassment, but most importantly, that the board has put in place a diversity and inclusion policy that ensures the inclusivity of all concerned. And then, of course, equity and equality programs. On the governance pillar, as I said, it is to focus on the purpose. It is to identify the values that are aligned to your strategy. It is to ensure that you have policies and processes in place that deliver business in a very responsible way, that decisions are made at board level using the right type of information, that there is inclusivity in decision making, but most importantly, that the composition of the board is aligned to the environment in which the company finds itself, i.e., it is aligned to the stakeholders of the company. So, as you can see, the environmental social agenda is actually aligned to the pillars of corporate governance, because the pillars of corporate governance have long been settled to be accountability, to be transparency, to be fairness, probity and integrity, ethical leadership, as well as efficiency and effectiveness. And of course, when we talk about efficiency and effectiveness, you can start to see the environmental pillar already there. When we talk about ethical leadership, you can see all the pillars of ESG in there. So the key message, therefore, is this, that for a company to be sustainable in the long run, the company must make sure that it has adopted the environmental social governance model to ensure that when you are focusing on goals that deliver the profitability and sustainability of the business, you're not just focusing on one pillar, but in actual fact, focusing on all the three pillars. Allow me to speak a little bit about environmental social governance and diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion, and here I mean all, the broader perspective of diversity and inclusion is actually part of the environmental social governance agenda. And there is no specific pillar. When we talk about diversity and inclusion, we are actually addressing all the pillars of ESG. And it is long settled that a diverse workforce is more attuned to the business environment. It reflects the stakeholders of the organization, and therefore in the long run delivers better outcomes. And that is why from a corporate governance perspective, it's very important for the board to ensure that they have in place a diversity and inclusion policy, which is part of the ESG agenda. And so boards must make sure that diversity and inclusion is part and parcel of their strategy. It's not just a nice to have, but it is part and parcel of their strategy. It is interwoven into their strategy because it speaks to the stakeholders of the organization. The board must therefore adopt D&I policies that again are aligned to the strategy, and also once they have adopted those policies, ensure that they set targets. But setting targets alone does not help. Setting targets with teeth, i.e., what will you do if this doesn't happen, is most important. And for stakeholders, it is important that the board monitors its progress, measures its progress, and then reports to the stakeholders what it has achieved, what the challenges are, and how it proposes to sort out those challenges. I want to finish by quoting Carl Sagan, who said, "Anything else you're interested in is not going to happen if you can't breathe the air and drink the water," which means you're dead. Don't sit this out. Don't sit this one out. Do something. You are by accident or fate alive at an absolutely critical moment in the history of our planet. So it behoves each and every one of us to ensure that for those companies on which we serve as board members, for those companies which we are doing business with, that we are holding them accountable to ensure that they're not just focusing on profit alone, but they are focusing on the other pillars of environmental social governance to ensure the future sustainability of the business. I want to thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Tremendous words said there. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure.
Be blessed. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bringing our morning session to a close, I'd like to welcome Joanne Pohl in her topic, This Is Me, Authenticity Supports Sustainable Change. Jo has experience that spans startups to listed corporates, having operated locally, regionally, and globally. Globally, that's a bit of an inside joke. She has recently joined Kearney Africa as a senior advisor. Prior to that, she was the group CFO for IOCO, part of the listed EOH group, Africa CFO for Bowmans, an executive director and group CFO for Telesure Investment Holdings, leading the group finance, treasury and risk teams, playing a pivotal roles in executing on group strategy, and consulted to a REIT fund, or is that REIT? I think it's REIT, yes. She has worked across Africa at Standard Chartered Bank, SCB, as CFO for Africa and was an executive member of the Africa and Global Finance Management Groups, providing leadership, strategic direction, governance oversight, external stakeholder management, and business partnership to 15 countries in Africa and globally for finance, and also worked across the region for Barclays. She's a 30% SteerCo member, sits on the ACCA member panel as committed member to the profession, is a mentor for the Women in Tech global movement and to a number of unicorns, as she calls them, chair of the Charities Aid Foundation Southern Africa, on the Sanari Capital Advisory Board, cancer counselor, and a mother of 4 and wife. But before I continue, I'll just mention that she's in studio with us today, and she's a ball of energy, and we've just had a good laugh, and we've decided to do something a little differently. So I'm actually going to ask her to come and stand next to me, because this is the beauty of being in studio, and we can actually feed off each other. And I'm going to start off her chat, her talk, with a little something special that goes like this. I hope I've got some effects, boys. Yes? Oh, wonderful. I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken heart. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. And I hand over to the gorgeous Jo.
Awesome.
Very impromptu.
Thank you. And apologies for the hug, especially.
That was wonderful.
Oh, Andy, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think what a lineup so far, from West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa to good morning. It's such a pleasure and privilege to be here with you and to share my story. This is me. Actually, I just forgot the clicker. Sorry. I can't get through my slides in the spaces. And so the lyrics to the song definitely resonate. It's one of the things, thank you, that my youngest sang as one of her leaving ceremonies at school. And the last 2 sentences, I think, should ring true for all of us. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. And so this month, as we celebrate the courage shown by many ordinary women and girls who have had an extraordinary impact, there is still a drive to reaffirm our faith in humanity, our faith to actually do what's right. Sadly, this has been overshadowed by what we see unfolding in Eastern Europe, and we're still navigating the pandemic at the same time too. So everything's changing, right? It's all going to be different. And the question I have is, have we come full circle since 1914? Here we are, 108 years since the eruption of World War I. On the 8th of March, women across the world expressed international solidarity against the war at the time. In 1966, the United Nations named the 21st of March the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and that after the Sharpeville massacre that happened in 1960. So although we are nearly a quarter century later and we celebrated this on Human Rights Day in South Africa, we still face issues. And so with this backdrop, begs the question of authenticity and what is sustainable. Each of us has a role to play. I think what's important is the incredible women, the giants whose shoulders we actually stand on. We're not alone. Neither are we alone. We need to learn to recognize, to leverage, to value our gender differences, appreciate what makes us unique as individuals. What's our superpower? This is core to gender intelligence. And so today reminds me of a gentleman whose standard response when asked to confirm his race said, the human race. Of course, right? Canadian philosopher as well, Marshall McLuhan, wrote that there are no passengers on Spaceship Earth. We are all crew, right? We have moved into an age where every single one of our activities affects everyone else. And so that begs the question, and partly why I'm here today, that how we show up is important, especially if it impacts others. Who are we really? Who am I really? Deep down below the labels, the roles, the expectations, and the social masks we wear on a daily basis. So I've learned that storytelling, no different to what Helen shared later in her session on mindfulness, is a wonderful way of sharing. It's a wonderful way of healing. It's how we build up a repository of all of our memories and where we go to in times of need. So maybe, and something for those in studio that, craft entertainment for the world, fireside stories on a Sunday night would be great. It would fuel oxytocin, set the tone for a week, a much more humane week, and one that gets our creative juices properly flowing, that allows us to get plugged in, to show up and show up completely. And maybe will help create a world where we are not unkind in the spaces. And so today I'm going to share some of my story. This is a photo of me with E.T. From an age perspective, I was actually sharing with the team earlier when I went out to buy the DVD because I was so inspired after returning from New York and having gone to Madame Tussauds. Someone asked me how to spell it. Anyway, put back in my box from an age perspective and generational differences. But this movie that was released when I was just 6 is about accepting others that are different. That includes accepting ourselves, right? Life, relationships, the journeys we've traveled, all shape. They shape how we act, how we react, and how we think. And actually, we can only do life really well if we're ourselves. And so I've learned many lessons on this journey. Got some scars to prove that to you, got the t-shirt, as they say, and I hope you can take something away for some of the stories I'll share today. We're just going to take 4, literally 1 for every decade, maybe I should have done almost 5 then, that I've lived. So let's kick off with the first one. No man, woman, person is an island, right? So my cancer experience was a really good example of this, is a really good example. Being diagnosed with breast cancer wasn't great. From my perspective, I was used to helping others, pulling things together, being the person that did the stuff. I went through a really surreal moment. I have things to do. I have a family to plan. I have deadlines. Come on, I was in finance after all, right? I have a life plan. I have a career. This was not part of my plan. This did not fit into my life. What do I do with all the stuff that I set out so nicely in sequence, right? It was all going to happen as an A-type as I had planned it. Who do I tell? Or in my case, who do I not tell so that I could ensure my life was not ever interrupted? And how do I maintain focus on life after this? Because there will be life after this. Well, why wouldn't there be, right? So as a result, I suffered from classic denial. This was not reality, and it is not reality. It's not character building either to keep going with a cup of cement. Right? I had to go through every single stage of grief. I had to learn to accept the curveballs that life would throw at me, and that I couldn't control everything. Facing my humanness and my fear, only became a lot easier when I was open to not facing it alone. I finally understood that although we are wired for struggle, we are absolutely wired for connection too. And as Viktor Frankl said, and he wrote The Meaning of Life, everything can be taken from man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. So when I finally did choose to tell people, okay, my husband actually chose to gather troops and tell people, and I participated. We told them the news. I had to take a long look in the mirror. This was happening, and it was happening to me. A close friend sat me down and said something that has stuck with me ever since. Everyone needs to feel needed. Let me help. Let us help. As a consequence, that same friend also bought me My Sister's Keeper, book by Jodi Picoult, to read at my first chemo session, which I arrived at with my laptop, right, and asked about whether or not I could plug it in. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Anyway, apparently a good cry, very close to home, is a really good thing. In hindsight, it was exactly what I needed. It was cathartic. In fact, being vulnerable finally made it all real. My head, my heart, my gut, my faith, all finally caught up with what was happening, and they caught up with each other. It helped me let people in. It helped me really feel gratitude. I am grateful. I was grateful then to be alive. So my family and friends were this amazing team throughout my journey, right? But work was my personal survival mechanism. I could control it, I could deliver, I could contribute, or so I thought. In fact, I was probably the worst person to work for. Imagine trying to take some time off because you had flu, or in this case, COVID symptoms, when your boss was going to work just after chemo, right? It's definitely not what you want it to be. In fact, one of my greatest regrets is not talking the talk and not walking the walk. I should have explained to my team that work kept me sane. Right? It gave me back a sense of control I didn't have anywhere else. Focusing on them and others and deliverables was a distraction I didn't have the luxury of when I was being told what to do, going through camps, being infused, being in hospital. It was definitely not what I expected others to do or how they should show up, nor how they should react when they were faced with a crisis. But I didn't share my story, and today I have the opportunity to do that, and thank you. And I should have. I should have shared the story about the days I cried, and ugly cried. I know when people cry now, I often say to my daughter, you've got such beautiful eyelashes. Well, when you have no eyelashes, it's hard to see some of the beauty in those proper tears. The days I phoned my doctor and said, will I die? But then there are funny ones too, and life is a way of giving you those moments to keep you going. My dad, who bought me alphabet soup, I was an A player, I wanted to throw up in sentences, right? Do something different. My husband, who asked for sideburns, when we went to wig shopping, he wanted meaty chops. A very good friend of mine that made sure she cooked all our meals and made them taste very spicy, very cold, because I couldn't taste anything. Asking my mom if she'd drop me on my head because I did not have that beautiful bald head you see in magazines. I literally had some of my own potholes. A work colleague who saw me driving wig-free the once and said, oh, did your hair fall out from stress? Which was potentially an option. Anyway, I made it. Rather, we made it. Me, my tribe, my family. And today, when I talk to cancer patients or we counsel their support groups, when they ask us what to do, I just say, just help. Work is no different, right? The reality is, as a team, we can weather stormy waters much better. We're strong at some points when others can't. We come up with ideas, with options we couldn't imagine or even consider remotely feasible on our own. So find peace in the fact that asking for help, allowing others to lean in, speaks to the idea that each person needs to feel valued. Together, we are better. We solve more creatively, much more sustainably. And imagine that. So remember, everyone needs to feel needed, at home, at work, at play, no man, no woman, no one is an island. And so that took me to lesson 2. The 1550s proverb, practice makes perfect, was turned on its head, right? It didn't matter what I do, there were things I couldn't control. And so I've learned that it's progress that matters, not perfection. James Carse is a professor at the University of New York. He's also an author. And he argues that there are 2 types of games. There's finite games and infinite games. In a finite game, you know where the players are, we know what the rules are, they're generally fixed. There's an endpoint, or there's a time limit. There's winners, there's losers. It's all very clear, right? Soccer, chess, netball, rugby, etc. However, when it comes to infinite games, the players come, the players go. The rules change. They're even unpredictable. There isn't a defined endpoint. It's a little bit like business can be, if you think what we've survived over the last 2 years. It's also what life is like, and even politics. So it's time for organizations and individuals to stop focusing on dominating the competition, as Simon Sinek says, but learn from them instead. Identify a really worthy rival. Look at their strengths, their abilities, because we need to keep improving. We need to keep innovating. There are no winners or losers in infinite games. The purpose is to continue to play and to live the best life we can. So in that case, it's progress, not perfection, that actually matters. And I learned this in the work environment. I was part of a turnaround team more than a decade ago in financial services. It was initially sink or swim and a very steep learning curve. For me, the adrenaline rush, I'm a fixer, right? Exactly the boost I needed. I wanted to run and keep running faster to the finish line. At least I thought there was a perfect picture of success, only one way to the finish line. It was a finite game and deliverable in my mind. Then I recall a coffee morning with a colleague, very wise man. He said to me, the true test of a leader is not whether people will work with you. Oh, they will. You get stuff done, right? But whether they will work for you. If you run too far ahead, too fast, you lose people on the way. You miss a recalibration point. You might reach milestones, but there's no one to hand the baton to, or maybe even celebrate with. You create a perceived risk of reliance, which means you've got nowhere to go, can't move. There isn't an embedded strength in what you've done if you do it on your own, nor sustainability. Plus, and I think this hit home the most while I was sipping my now cold coffee, is that in that alone time, you might realize you don't like what you find or who you have become. Worse, you're not sure who you are. Imposter syndrome, right? So his message struck a chord with me, and it has stuck with me. It's a lonely journey if you don't share it. And especially, would my colleagues work for me? Who am I? Who do I actually want to be? So letting go of perfection was a game changer. It allowed me to let myself be seen, to feel heard. It gave me permission to make mistakes that I hadn't given myself before, that it was okay not to be okay. And Winston Churchill was so correct. He said, perfection is the enemy of progress, right? So I began to embrace learning events that moved us forward, as opposed to considering them failures that set us back. It helped lift the fear or the lid on fear and helped me put imposter syndrome, and it came up often, back in its box every now and again. As long as I was learning, I was moving forward. Plus, I was much more deliberate about understanding me, Inc. I did every psychometric personality test that was available throughout my career and over time. I actively sought out a mentor, someone that I could soundboard things off of, that would be there for me, that would hold up the mirror in private, and then a sponsor, someone that would advocate for me in public. Because when we keep our head down and we think our work will speak for itself, or we miss an opportunity, we definitely miss the boat. So that person was key. This helped me identify my strengths, gain a very keen awareness of my development areas, right? We don't say weaknesses, because if you focus on those too much, you almost dilute the stuff you're great at. And so over time, I've been able to put together teams that are complementary. We fill each other's gaps. So we have a look in our skills bucket and see what's there, what's missing, and we're better, we're stronger together, and we appreciate each other for that. I still like to run ahead. I'm still a little bit of a control freak. I want to assess the lay of the land. But sustainable change, a foundation to build on and to grow from, requires broader buy-in. It requires teamwork. It requires agility, because there isn't a hard stop. This is not a finite game. It's iterative. The world we live in is dynamic. There's integration, interaction, people, business, nations, personalities. So adaptability is the new normal. And much like Google Maps or Waze, we will get there, right? But we have to recalibrate when we get new inputs, encounter an obstacle, or assumptions or people change. So the journey has milestones, and that was important. It's always the plural, right? So we measure progress. Positive directional change is what we're targeting. When people ask me what's transformation, that's it. Positive directional change in a specific direction. It's infinite. We want to keep playing. And as a global CEO of one of the banks I've worked at reminded me, we must learn to swoop and to soar. So running ahead, wrapping my head around strategy, that's soaring. Trying to think through the consequence of what they could look like and think through each of the spaces, and then breaking it down into bite-sized chunks and deliverables to connect more with the people here was swooping. So time to check in with the people around me, run alongside them, let those who had strengths I didn't have run ahead and lead at times, allowed me to learn to get out of the way. It wasn't going backwards, it was progress. It was making time to pause, to catch up, to reflect, to check that what we were doing was the right thing and that what we were doing was going to be sustainable. That sense of belonging, inclusion, contribution, fueled motivation. It entrenched accountability within each of us, to each other, to the team, to what we were doing. It made our progress sustainable. It forged long-term relationships. In fact, a number of us have worked with each other again and again since that. So once we have the guts to acknowledge our imperfection, we form more sincere bonds. It becomes about the achievements on the way versus an ever-evolving end state. And it's said, and I agree, that progress, not perfection, is the only way to bridge the gap between ability and ambition. And so as Reshma Sajani, the founder of Girl Code, said, boys are taught to be brave, right? Girls are taught to be perfect. But imagine if we just were brave. Let's mind the gaps, our gaps, bit by bit, piece by piece, day by day. And like Albert Einstein did, life, you can only find balance in life if you keep riding. We have to keep moving forward. So that was lesson 2, right? So if we get down to lesson 3, I had to build on what came next. And there it was all about finding me. And I say that it talks to soul versus ego. So something completely different in the construct. We can't always be what people would like us to be to continue. We have to be who we truly, truly are. And so in that space, I think what's really key has been able to identify each of the pieces. This was a significant and transformational moment for me. Soul is our most authentic form of ourselves, whereas ego, which is fueled by our minds, and the Latin word for I, okay, so that says a lot, right? Is composed of our conscious thoughts, our beliefs, our labels, our sense of identity. It's external. Whereas this soul that we look for has no attachment to fear. Its job is to support 2 things, our expansion and our growth in those spaces. So take a moment, think about if you recognize any of these. This is when ego is in charge. We're caught in circling thoughts, right? We think about the same things again and again. We're consumed about how we feel, whether that's elation, disappointment, or anger. Our dialogue with ourselves and internally is focused on self-doubt, anxiety, fear, criticism. We don't often feel we're enough. We have to keep striving for more, and success is just out there. Our worth is dependent on external things, our job titles, our careers, our studies, what we've done, our network, okay? Our validation comes from other people. And we're disappointed when things don't go our way, maybe even offended, okay? Feel left out. So that's when ego is in charge. We do have to live with our ego, but we don't have to listen to it. And we definitely don't have to believe it. So this is when your soul's in charge. There's that gut feel for things, that intuition, that inner voice. Robert Cooper in his other 90% wrote, make decisions with your three brains, your head, your heart, your gut, right? We realize and love ourselves better. Our burning desires and goals are still there, but they don't define our self-worth. They don't define our happiness. We are much more forgiving of others and more able to accept them. We're compassionate. We can look at you warts and all and be okay with those differences. And our desires are sparked from within. The fire sits inside of us. And things feel a bit less like hard work, right? That's when we talk about serendipity. All of the things just landed up falling into place. People, circumstances, jobs. We also feel more free, a little more fearless, and much more empowered to chase our dreams. And we find our purpose, and we understand what we're here for. I had to be really still throughout my career to be truly present, to build a relationship with my soul. That meant meditation. That meant music. I've learned to play the bass guitar. In fact, we have a mom's band, although we prefer it to be called Second Wave, because mom's band comes with its own pieces of shame, okay? We're quite good. It's about art. It's about travel, which I've really missed under COVID. Time with animals, grass between my toes. And so find that space in your world where you can build a relationship with your soul. Because when your soul is fighting to lead you to an experience, to a person, to a place, how will you listen if you're not connected? And to be fair, listen, we suffer from strategic seduction. It's incredibly challenging to dismiss the allure of ego, especially to allow ourselves to be led by our souls. I experienced this myself. I absolutely picked an in-the-trenches role to make sure that I could make a difference in one of my jobs, a real-life MBA, and worth a coffee at some point. But I had to check myself when I was asked to give input to a key stakeholder meeting and not be in the meeting, not lead it, not be there. I had to stop, go back, review my why I was doing what I was doing, address and check my bruised ego, and recognize that my soul was fulfilled. So even if you only manage to tap into that deeper part of you a few minutes a day, your life will improve. You're going to have to remind yourself of it, but it will. And so think about courage, which comes from the Latin word cur. It's about telling the story of who you are. People that make the most real and most authentic connections, that focus on progress, not perfection, are willing to let go of their ego. So who they think they should be, to be who they actually are, their soul. And so the last lesson today is about how to live your life in awe. So after we've not discovered we're not an island, we've gone through the paces of understanding its progress versus perfection, we've connected with our soul. Now it's about feeling a connection with the broader universe. So how do we live in awe? And this reminds me of a childhood story, coming full circle back to some of my nature and nurture, so to speak. On a trip into the city with my parents, and we lived quite far out in a really small town, I was really frustrated with going to the airport only to watch the airplanes take off. We weren't going anywhere, right? Here I was, a teenager, going past the hustle and bustle of the big city, the ice rink, going past, the movies, any kind of retail therapy, as we took my Lart Lameki youngest baby sister up to the viewing deck to see them take off. I looked at her as she oohed and awed and stared at every aeroplane that lifted. I wanted her to hurry up. Come on, I'd been there. I'd done this with my family. And my dad walked up to me, put a very solid hand on my shoulder, and he asked me to look at her. And he said, look at the wonder on her face, the joy in her eyes. And he said to me, my dear, be curious. Never lose your awe for life. And I remember pausing to breathe after that, and then going up to her and listening to her think through the science behind it all. Amazed by the impossible that became possible, right? If an aeroplane could fly by generating a force of lift as the engines moved forward and the wings moved upwards, then surely ostriches could fly. Okay. Now, well, that's a whole different family debate, right? But I've spent a lot of my life since then researching this piece around awe. And psychologist Daphne Kelter said, one simple prescription, so think of it like one order, can have a transformative effect. Look for daily experiences of awe. It'll influence your life expectancy and your health. And so, in this picture, around Never Lose Your Awe for Life, these are my youngest two. I have 4 children. They're deciding, here they're actually jumping, but they spent hours at Mariemspoort at a waterfall that is 60 meters high, working up the courage to jump off the rock face. They played in the pools to feel the water. They watched a couple of people jump off and eventually found the courage to brave it. They made a choice, right? And my 9-year-old son said, today I accomplished something, Mom. I overcame fear. It felt good. And I was in awe. This got me thinking about your nature, your nurture, and your free will. Nature-nurture, as a concept, was about the natural curiosity that I had grown up with, being nurtured to go for it. But then the environments we're in are equally important. Epigenetics actually kicks in. This is where the genes and our environments continuously interact and impact how our bodies react. So I've been very deliberate with this in mind around the organizations I choose to work in, the environments I work in, the roles I take on, the leaders I work for, the people I work with, and give most of my waking hours to. We as humans have the capacity to identify issues, discover solutions, and share what we learned. So imagine the power of this nature, this nurture, the right environment, so epigenetics, and free will as we make choices. Be deliberate about the interactions with the environments you choose. Then we can influence the proximity to moments of absolute awe. And it's a powerful emotion. In fact, I think the best description is mind-blowing. Okay? It leads us to much more ethical decisions because we're grounded, more generosity, compassion, and it gives us courage. So when an environment hasn't allowed me to be me, I've chosen to leave. But I'm very conscious that that's not always the case. 50% of the world lives in involuntary slavery. They're not even aware they're in a space they don't want to be in. So choice and seeking it out has been important to me. And I can only really have this or do this because as far as possible, I need to have a network that's up to date, that I actively play a role in. I need to plan better financially. I need to make time for myself to sense check against my strategic seduction pieces and time with my children and my family. They hold up the mirror to who I am. And when our energy goes into that versus just surviving in the workplace or just surviving draining people, we can give discretionary effort. If we're not, we're short, we're distracted, we're tired. In fact, a study from Stanford actually said that if you feel awe, you're less impatient. If you're less impatient, we create the perception of time. And so that's quite interesting. When growing up, being on the move, being busy was the definition of success and productivity. It's not. We need to strive for effectiveness, and that means you need to pause and breathe. So look for moments of awe. Be curious. Never lose your awe for life. And so those are the 4 lessons, one for each decade. And if we pull them together, that's the power of you, right? The power of you is your superpower. So if we look at the circle on my left, around the pieces, make the time to think. We almost think it's decadent if we're not busy or constantly running on the hamster wheel. But if I think through the lessons that I've shared here, and those are only a few, the reality is that time to think is crucial. Embrace the silence. Evict imposter syndrome, because you do take enough time to reflect not only on how far you have to go, but how far you've come. Find the discipline to be good to yourselves, to make sure you do practice mindfulness, can show up holistically, and at the same time sequence what you do and when. And consistency is key. Consistency builds trust if we do regular small acts. Trust in who you are and what you're doing, trust with others, and also deliverables that speak to who you are and the brand you build over time. Then outside of that, what do the 5 years ahead of us look like? Admittedly, some of the events we've seen unfold in the last 5 were never predicted, right? And they say that the human mind can only really absorb what we're used to. So we call them black swan events, but there's some thinking that says they're grey swan events, because if we could consider all of the things around us, we might have thought about it. So think big, bigger than where you are now. Ask questions. I've never heard a dumb question. The reality is the worst question is the one that never actually lands at all. Find a mentor. And then importantly, once you've got that, find a sponsor. And sponsorship is quite different. It's not about finding someone that you worked with before that will then say publicly you're great. It's about us also identifying the spark in someone that resonates with ourselves. Almost like a skydiver, as someone described it once, trying to jump out of an airplane, and they've done all the practice. This is you as a sponsor pushing them out because they've got what it takes to go. And then speak up. This is a little bit like learning to drive on the on-ramp in traffic. If we don't find our ways to slot in and to speak up, the conversations happen outside of the room. And that doesn't shape not only who you are, what you say, how you live, but it really doesn't talk to feeling valued or leaving an impact or going away having contributed. And then think differently. I've been really deliberate in my career, which has been in financial services, well, initially manufacturing and industrial around articles, then financial services, then in insurance, then in a property fund, then working together with professional services across the board, then going into insurance, and now into ICT and then consulting. Each of those pieces in my career trajectory allowed me not to be constrained by a single sheet of paper where the scars I'd earned meant I only followed one route when solving a problem. It allowed me to rethink, not so much think out the box, but actually just make sure the box wasn't a constraining factor at all. So curiosity not only fuels hope, but it fuels our need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And Alvin Toffler said the illiterate of the 21st century are not those that can't read or write. It's those that can't learn, unlearn, relearn. And hence the unicorns that Andy spoke about earlier that teach me something almost every day. So this is the power of you. Become the person you want to be. And then whatever you do, make sure it's in line with what that space looks like. Ideally 5 years, maybe only 3 months, 6 months, 18 months from now. But keep looking forward. And so with that, recognizing the value you bring, not only to the world around you, but to yourself, unlocks an appreciation for who you are. It also allows others to get a little bit closer to you. It makes fellowship and followership easier. Plus, if you are your authentic self, you have no competition. You are less tired. I think my authentic self, the most spoken line in my life has been, "Oh, you're not a typical accountant." And I know we'll have gotten right in the profession when there isn't a stereotypical accountant that's referred to. So in the tough times, personally or in business, we're only as strong as the people we can lean on and who lean on us. So it is vital. Allow yourself to be seen. Put your finger on the places, the people, the events, the commitments, the emotions that scare you, and then face them to you. You don't have to do it alone. Sometimes you're only really forced to do that in hindsight, like I was, recognizing now that had I been more vulnerable at the time, it would have been okay. If I'd faced the things that scared me with a much more open heart and open mind and not alone, I would have grown as a person a lot more when I was younger than the hard lessons I've learned later in life. That actually, and we all are, we are human beings. We are not human doings, and that's important. And so I'd like to leave you with Brené Brown's quote, and her research is right. Believe that you are enough. When we work from a place that says we're enough, then we stop screaming, we start listening. We're kinder, we're gentler to the people around us, and we're kinder and we're gentler to ourselves. Thank you very much for your time. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you. Joe, you have an energy, a soul energy that just fills the room and bursts through the door. I've so enjoyed listening to you, like hanging on to every last word.
We're going to sing in the break together, right?
I think so.
I'll play the guitar. You can sing.
And Carl can play the drums.
It'll be good to go.
How's this woman's humanness? I love it. You are just beautiful inside and out. And thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you for the privilege.
Wow. Well, this brings us to our lunch session. We are going to take a break until 12:15. It's now 11:30, so sit tight, go and, or not, go and grab yourself a coffee and a little bite to eat. Just a quick reminder, if we do experience any dropout on the MS Teams platform, please log on to the www.preregister.co.za and links will be updated there. And then, of course, just a reminder that today's session is recorded, well, has been recorded thus far, except for the last hour, and you can always come back and revisit some of the magic that has been created here today. So from myself, Andy, we'll see you again in 45 minutes. Cheers.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Andy.
Joe.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our speakers and viewers for our Gender Intelligence Conference. Thank you, guys. 12:15 on the dot. Once again, thank you to RNB for partnering with Business Engage on the Gender Intelligence Conference for the second year now. We kick off our afternoon session with Dr. Nick. I would love to say his surname just to get it right. Eberl. Thank you. And Yatin Soni. How's it, Yatin? Lovely to meet you guys. To be successful today, you must have a clear and compelling online identity. People are searching your name and making decisions about you from what Google and LinkedIn reveal. Whether you're an employee looking to advance in your company, a professional seeking your next marketing role, or a consultant looking to land your next big deal, you should plan on being looked up online. And you should prepare for it. Dr. Nick and Yatin have been working with leadership teams in 25 countries across 5 continents for the past 10 years. Today, I welcome them here on their topic, how to grow your personal brand online. I shall now leave you guys to the floor.
Thank you,
Cheers.
Andy.
Thank you. And welcome to How to Build Your Executive Brand on the new LinkedIn. And as you have seen, a lot has changed on LinkedIn. Now, if we can go to the next slide, to make this presentation interactive, there is a PR code. All right, thank you.
Go.
Please click on the PR code.
QR code.
Yeah. It will give you access to our polls. It will help you to make it interactive and give us your feedback on where you're at on LinkedIn and within the 7 success factors we are going to share in this session.
Yes, please. So, folks, grab your phones, scan the QR code, and jump onto Slido. And we'd love your participation. Thank you.
So, we're going to talk about how to build your executive brand on the new LinkedIn. And this is especially important now because over the last 2 years, a lot has changed on LinkedIn and in the world. And what has changed, most importantly, has something to do with the famous Pareto principle that I'm sure you've seen before, which means 20% of your efforts yield 80% of your results. Now, this is especially true when it comes to personal branding, to building your executive brand, because your success in business is only 20% of what you know and 80% on how you show up, and especially today in this new economy, how you show up online.
Right.
So Yatin, can you quickly unpack our digital footprint?
Yeah, quick introduction on who we are. So I'm Yatin Soni, born and raised in Durban on the east coast of South Africa. I had the good fortune of working and traveling across 5 continents with some local and global corporates in the likes of the mining space, investment banking, and the engineering sectors. And as you can hear from Dr. Nick's accent, he's born in India.
The divided city of Berlin, Germany, right? And I'm a brandologist by trade. So I studied the history of brand leadership all the way back to the Roman Empire and including modern times. And I was fortunate to cover the nation branding success story of Germany in 2006, and then got roped into the destination branding campaign for 2010. And I hope you've got good memories from the 2010 World Cup, because I'm glad to say South Africa did earn the highest branding score, an NPS of 92% in 2010.
Best in the world.
That's right.
Blow your vuvuzelas.
And subsequent to 2010, then went on to LinkedIn to develop strategic relationships with global leaders, including a state president, an Olympian athlete, and actually 2 world record holders, enabled a consulting client of ours on LinkedIn to grow their business 10x, and propelled our FIFA World Cup book to bestseller status. And yet, before we come to Yatin, it's really what I learned about content marketing and how to position your brand on LinkedIn. when I co-hosted the Business 2010 show on CNBC Africa, wrote the weekly 2010 column on Business Day, and had numerous engagements on media.
And very briefly, my introduction and the strategies that I help our clients with has really helped me to lead the metals and mining team of France's largest investment bank, where I worked as the director and head of metals and mining for 6 years. And at the time, the team under my leadership, we grew revenues 9 times over 6 years. I've also been on a couple of boards, including the board of an offshore gold exploration company with operations around the world. And since working with Dr. Nick here, the LinkedIn guru, since 2016, we've been working together. He's really helped me to up my global brand, my executive brand, and build strategic relationships online that have converted on offline.
So together, we are working primarily in the tech sector, clients like IBM, SAP, financial services, the likes of EPSA, Old Mutual, and many professional services firms to help you grow your brand and attract clients on the new LinkedIn. So before we go on to LinkedIn, please tell us quickly, in the poll, the first poll, who's your social daddy or social mommy, meaning which social media network do you spend most of your time on?
Yeah, the likes of, I think it's on the Slido, if you're on it, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, WhatsApp. Please tell us. We'd love to see what the audience is thinking.
Okay, and I
All
think
right.
the feedback is coming in.
Let's see the results.
It looks like, there we go.
Something's coming through. All right, it's a pity we don't have a chat with you, else we would have asked you to tell us in the chat.
That's right, that's right. Well, since you're here, we assume most of you are active on LinkedIn.
Right.
So if we can quickly go back to the presentation. Yeah, perfect. Wow.
Whoa.
100%. That's unprecedented, if I may say.
Right.
We never had this. This is good. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so if we can go back to the presentation.
Let's try clicking next. All right. Now back to the presentation. Please. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. So there are good reasons why you need LinkedIn now more than ever, if and when you want to build your executive brand online. First of all, 92% of all senior decision makers are on LinkedIn. Secondly, LinkedIn commands the highest across all social media networks, the highest household income at $109,000 a year. When Microsoft bought LinkedIn not long ago, it was the highest acquisition Microsoft ever made, and they have taken LinkedIn to the next level in terms of social networking. LinkedIn content engagement, and that's really the big opportunity, or one of the big opportunities for your executive brand. Content engagement has doubled in 12 months, and LinkedIn has been voted 4 times in a row the most trusted social network by Business Insider. The organic reach, so without having to pay for ads, when you post on LinkedIn organically, has grown exponentially. And that's how we were able to earn 7.5 million content views on LinkedIn.
Yep.
And last but not least, communicating on LinkedIn. LinkedIn Messenger, also known as LinkedIn InMail, generates up to 11 times better responses than the traditional email. So, we would like to share with you 7 critical success factors that make your brand stand out And as you can guess, the first thing that anybody will look at when they look at your LinkedIn profile
is the first thing you look at when you're picking up a book, right? You look at the cover. So remember to always, when you're thinking about your executive brand on LinkedIn, to put your best foot forward, right? And that means remembering the 3 things that people see about you when you engage on LinkedIn. Even if you comment or share or like, they see your profile picture, your name, and the first 5 or 6 words of your headline. So the profile picture, crucially important. It's the first thing people see. Don't let it be the last. Now, we've done the research on 60,000 profile pictures, and this is the information that you need to know. The perfect profile picture is the one where you're making eye contact with the camera. As you can see, the bars, if you can't read that, it shows which makes you seem more competent in blue, likable in yellow, and green in green, influential in green. Those are the measures we're using. So eye contact makes you seem more competent. Covering your eyes with sunglasses or obstructing your eyes is not a good idea. It negatively impacts you, as you can see, on likability, competence, and influence. So eyeglasses is a good idea. Dr. Nick, that's nice eyeglasses you're wearing there.
Thank you.
That does make us seem more competent, right, as we're wearing them. And so it's a good idea if you do wear eyeglasses to make sure that's visible in your profile picture. And finally, on the eyes, squinching. Any idea what squinching might be? Doc?
Yes, well, let's show you.
There we go.
Here.
The guy on the right, left, not squinching, on the right, squinching. A lady on the left, not squinching, or squinting also known as, on the right, she is. And then this dude looks pretty scary, right, on the left, and a lot warmer on the right. You see the difference in that face? He's smiling with 2 parts of his face. He's smiling with his mouth and smiling with the eyes. So it's the softening of the gaze. That's what you should be doing. Avoid the big eyes, like they're looking in headlights, but soften the gaze. So that's as far as the eyes go. The rest of the profile picture, Doc, we're looking at the face. So apart from the eyes, which is really, really important because people judge you by the eyes. You may have heard the saying, this person has trustworthy eyes, so I don't trust him because of those eyes. So that's very important. The rest of your face, smiling is a good idea. Don't do the serious passport photograph look, as we call it, right? The no smile, not a good idea. Smile, but with the mouth closed. Smiling with the mouth closed and teeth visible makes you seem highly likable, but also competent and influential. The laughing smile is more appropriate for other social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook, but not recommended for LinkedIn. And then defining the jawline, Doc. How does one define the jawline?
Well, I think last night Will Smith tried to
define Chris Rock's jawline.
It's the Oscars, right?
Yes, yes. No, it's got nothing to do with striking a person, but when you smile, your jawline, your jaw protrudes, and it's defined. And that's important. People want to get a full, see the contours of your face. The body, don't zoom in too much, so don't have your face covering the entire profile picture or zoom out too much. The full body shot's not recommended for LinkedIn. The head and shoulder, torso, head and shoulders, perfect. That's what you need to go for. And finally, when you're editing your picture, avoid the dark backgrounds and avoid the rah-rah colorful backgrounds. Keep it neutral. Even if you have to go black and white, is actually pretty good on LinkedIn. But generally, we like the color photographs, dress smartly, right? And with a neutral background. And that's the ideal profile picture.
Thank you. And that brings us to the next poll, which is all about how would you rank your profile picture from 1 terrible to 10 perfect. So again, if you haven't done so, please scan the QR code. It will take you to the polls and quickly rate your profile picture as is.
Yeah.
Based on what you heard from Yatin just now.
Thank you. Are you a 10 out of 10 like Dr. Nick or somewhere in between?
Yeah, and remember this is for your eyes only. So quickly have a look and let us know where do you rank. Wow, 6 to 8. That's very good.
That's very good. That's that's pretty good. Are we getting? I think it's a Is it one on the top right? So probably one person
Yeah,
responded.
you find the polls on the QR code. Okay. All right. Now if we can go back to the presentation. Thank you. So that's the first success factor. Putting your best foot forward, your best picture.
Yep.
The second success factor is what we call your LinkedIn billboard. LinkedIn calls it the LinkedIn banner, which could be as boring as this, or it could be communicating the message that you really want to communicate to your target audience on LinkedIn. And here you can see Yatin is communicating his global footprint as a deal maker. He's communicating the brands he's been working with and working for, and some key metrics that he would like to share. Now this is literally your most valuable real estate online.
Yep.
Because it's right on top of your profile, and as people traverse the internet, the world's busiest highway, this is what they see when they land on your profile. So in my case, I'm communicating my media footprint and my global client footprint. So please think about it carefully. What is the message you want to send on your LinkedIn billboard?
This is very crucial, folks. The standard gray version that's there is quite a tragedy, actually. You're leaving a blank billboard on the world's busiest highway. You want to fill that in. You want to let people know the value you're able to add with them, to them. So yes, some say it may be a bit egocentric, but you're allowed to be on the billboard, right? On the rest of the profile, we'll show you on how to become more client-centric. Good.
That's right. And that brings us to success factor number 3.
Absolutely. Your cover story. So now this is, we covered the profile picture. The cover story is very new. It's a feature on LinkedIn, and it's actually an animation of your profile picture. So if you look at people's profiles and you see the orange ring around their profile picture, it actually means they have a cover story, and it's a new feature on LinkedIn. It's video, 29 seconds or less, that gives you an opportunity to turn your profile into life. It makes it more real. People get to hear you, hear your tone of voice, see you moving. And here's an example of Dr. Nick being introduced by someone famous you may recognize.
Privileged expert, not Diego Maradona, not Pelé, but somebody who's absolutely fantastic. He is an internal branding expert, Dr. Nicholas Erbel. He's the author of the best-selling book, Brand Ovation. We've also found a German who has a sense of humor, ladies and gentlemen, which I think is our big accolade. He's absolutely phenomenal. I'm allowed to say that. So herzlich willkommen, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nicholas Erbel.
Herzlich willkommen, Dr. Nick.
Thank you.
So that was Dr. Nick's. Obviously, if you don't have someone like a former Miss South Africa to introduce you, you can do something simpler, like I've done on mine.
Sony, and thank you for stopping by my profile. I'm a deal maker and a business development coach. Are you struggling with growing your business or making the right connections and building relationships that convert to business? If that sounds like you, then connect with me and let me tell you all about our deal maker system and how to attract clients in the new economy. And the key word being attract. The future belongs to those who build strategic relationships.
So, folks, that's the cover story. Use it, 29 seconds or less. It's a great opportunity to bring your profile to real life. Okay?
Absolutely. So far, we've covered your graphics. We covered your profile picture. We covered your banner picture. We covered your cover story, cover video. Now you need to think carefully about your LinkedIn status. And what we mean by LinkedIn status is really this question. Should you be a lion or a cat on LinkedIn? Now you might have heard the acronym LION, which stands for LinkedIn Open Networker.
Yep.
Meaning you are prepared to connect with basically everybody on LinkedIn. Or should you rather network like a cat? For those of you who have cats, You might know cats network very selectively,
Yep.
right? Only with the people they know, like, and trust. So please tell us quickly in the poll, what should you be? Should you rather network like a lion on LinkedIn or like a cat? Network with everybody?
I'm going to ask, is the poll running correctly, or should we, is it running on this one? Sorry? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we'll give you a minute to tell us. What do you think? Should you be a lion, a LinkedIn open networker, connect with just about anyone, or a cat? Those you know, like, and trust. Yeah, the poll's coming in. We divided 50-50.
Yeah, and think about what has really yielded success for you on LinkedIn. When you reached out, you connected with somebody in your network, outside your network. What has been the most successful practice for you on LinkedIn?
All right, so there's lions and cats together.
Okay, well, let us reveal. Can we reveal?
Now, before we reveal, let's ask the audience to think about this. Think about firstly how LinkedIn may be different from Facebook and Instagram,
Right.
where you'll find these influencers operating.
Good
right?
point.
Who are always looking to build a following and just network with just about anyone who would want to follow them. Doc, why
Good
is
point.
LinkedIn different?
Well, LinkedIn is not a numbers game. It really is not about the quantity of connection or the quantity of views. It's all about the quality. And LinkedIn has been deliberately designed as a network to communicate one-on-one, to build relationships one-on-one. And if you see LinkedIn as a networking and relationship building platform, you really need to think about it in terms of one-on-one, not one-to-many.
Exactly.
So
the answer?
The answer is you should be more of a curious cat.
Exactly.
And
be selective. It's not a numbers game.
And that means, practically speaking, that you need to grow your network strategically. So just to give you a little glimpse into the networking algorithm of LinkedIn, LinkedIn is built around the 3 degrees of networking, which means if I'm connected to Yatin, he's my 1st degree connection, I now have access to Yatin's connections, 2nd degree, and I can see Yatin's connections, 3rd degree.
And it stops there. You can't go beyond.
It stops there. So if you have a very small network, you will not find the right people on LinkedIn because they are not in your 3 degrees. A good client of ours from Australia who tried to export patio furniture into the US couldn't find the right people in the US, although he knew they must be there. And obviously there are many, many people or businesses in the US that are importing furniture, but because his network was too small, he just couldn't find them.
Couldn't find them. Yeah.
So you need to grow your network consistently, deliberately, and strategically.
And the HIP stands for?
So the way to think about growing your network strategically, you need to determine your primary hierarchy. So do you want to connect with a network with, let's say, C-level executives? H, hierarchy. I stands for industry. You've got to focus on one industry at a time. So let's say you want to connect with C-level executives in mining. And P stands for profession. So maybe you're targeting or you want to engage financial officers. So in this case, you would then build your network, target your network around chief financial officers in the mining, industry. Exactly.
And the LinkedIn Basic, the free version, is so powerful and generous in terms of the advanced search that you can find by geography, by hierarchy, industry, profession, those individuals that you need to have and want to have within your network.
Absolutely. So please think about it this way. The more you focus your network, your communication, and your outreach on one industry, one hierarchy, one profession at a time, the more the LinkedIn algorithm will put your profile in front of those demographics.
And when you get invited to connect, check out the person's profile first. And if it makes sense, invite them to your network. Okay.
Exactly. Now, critical success factor number 5, something fairly new.
Yeah.
That will help you with content and becoming a thought leader on LinkedIn. And that is the newly introduced creator mode.
Exactly. And this is for creators only. So it's a function on your LinkedIn profile that you can switch on if you are a creator. In other words, you're posting, and we like to say, if you're posting regularly, meaning at least 3 or 4 times a week at minimum, then turn on creator mode. There's a couple of drawbacks to it. You'll lose the connect function, and it'll be replaced by follow, although people can find the connect button if they click more and scroll down. The other function is when you turn on creator mode, you need to input 5 hashtags that center around the topics that you will be posting on. And then when you do post content, try and replicate some or all of those hashtags. And that really will get your content going viral on LinkedIn. Okay, so it's a lot more powerful with creator mode on, but you need to have a certain checkboxes, at least 500 connections, at least regular posts per week, and more.
And why is this such a big opportunity in 2022? Because the stats are telling us that only 1.2% of all LinkedIn members, 800 LinkedIn members in 200 countries, only 1.2% post more than twice a week.
That's only about 10 million people from 800 million globally.
So if you post 3 times a week, which is exactly what the algorithm actually loves, the new LinkedIn algorithm, you will be in the top 1%
Absolutely.
of LinkedIn members globally. Something to keep in mind. And keep your questions for the Q&A. We have a Q&A at the end.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to ask, how to turn on creator mode. We're here. You can talk to us.
And you might be wondering what content types should you use, because there's certain content types that are favored, like the LinkedIn newsletter, and others not. So please make a note and keep your questions for the Q&A. So here are the benefits when you switch on creator mode in terms of growing your audience. Your connect button, as Yatin said, will change from connect to follow. The number of your followers will be on display, right? Your 5 hashtags. You will be able to select 5 hashtags on top of your profile, which will tell your audience what content to expect from you. Again, on your profile, LinkedIn will rearrange your profile, and your content will be prioritized on your profile, so it will be a lot more visible, and you will get up to 5 times more followers, because it is so much easier to click follow than to ask for connect.
One click.
Yeah.
There we go.
One click only, and you don't need to permission. You and others can just follow anybody, so it's a lot easier task to perform. So not only will creator mode grow your audience, but it will also help you to position and grow your thought leadership. By, first of all, it will move the featured section first on your profile. Now, why is featured important? Why is that section really important for your brand?
It's really powerful. Again, it brings you, not only brings your profile to life, especially if you use rich media content like video, but also it's an opportunity to demonstrate the value add of you or your organization. In other words, you can put in videos of client testimonials, for example, what your clients have to say about you. We see many investment banks and mining companies talking about the projects they've delivered with beautiful drone footage and those and the like. It's a really powerful to use rich multimedia to feature yourself and your organization. And interviews, if you've been interviewed, for example, post a snippet of your interviews on your featured section. And when you're on creator mode, it stays top of mind. Featured comes first.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it's exactly doing that. The featured section is there to showcase your leadership, to showcase your thought leadership, and basically to showcase that what you promised you can do on top of your profile, your headline, you actually are doing.
That's right.
And you have done.
Yep.
Secondly, creator mode will rearrange your profile in that it will push your content activity up second behind featured. So that means your 4 most recent posts will be showcased on top of your profile. So you need to think very carefully and deliberately about what are you going to post about. People need to know that this is the type of content to expect from Yatin. What does he stand for? And what is he really an expert in?
Yep. Right.
So,
and if it's in alignment with the 5 hashtags you selected in creator mode,
absolutely,
the LinkedIn algorithm is going to favor that piece of content.
That's
so
right.
if you tell everyone, you talk about business, entrepreneurship, business development, and if your content is around that with those hashtags, the algo will accelerate your content.
Absolutely. Then, and this is big, this is a big benefit, you will get access to the LinkedIn newsletter that previously was reserved for the big influencers like state presidents, Sir Richard Branson. And why is this a big deal, the LinkedIn newsletter?
The LinkedIn newsletter, well, if you use it properly and serialize it, then, and the beauty of serializing it is you can stay top of mind. So the way we do it, Dr. Nick has his newsletter called the LinkedIn Dealmaker, and mine is the Conscious Dealmaker. We post every week or 2 weeks and stay top of mind in that way. And by serializing it, you let your audience know there's more to come. It's very powerful.
And the LinkedIn newsletter automates so many tasks that you would have to do manually. So not only does it give you a fantastic publishing platform where you can format your LinkedIn newsletter, you can arrange your articles, it also automatically, the minute you establish your newsletter and you post your first article, it sends out an invitation to everybody in your network.
And
your first degree, network.
And the crown jewel, they've bridged the gap between LinkedIn and email, right?
That's right.
Tell us about it.
Well, not only every time you post an article on your LinkedIn newsletter, not only does it go out to your network on LinkedIn, it also goes out to their email. So imagine this. We have, as of this morning, 10,354 subscribers on the LinkedIn Dealmaker newsletter. Yeah. Every week they're seeing us, they're seeing our article, they're seeing the LinkedIn Dealmaker on their email and on LinkedIn. And because the LinkedIn algorithm is actively promoting it, the views you get are far higher than if you were to write an ordinary article.
Yeah. So your audience actually gets this in their email that they've registered their LinkedIn account with. Very powerful.
So you get access to the LinkedIn newsletter with Creator Mode. You get access to LinkedIn Live. I'm sure you've seen many LinkedIn Live events. Really great because you can promote it on LinkedIn. And the power of LinkedIn events is the new LinkedIn event page.
Yeah.
Because the new LinkedIn event page allows you to register people, to promote your event, and to actually invite persons of interest, right?
Yep. And everybody that attends your event has a function to invite people in their network to your event, which is why we've seen some phenomenal numbers at some of our events, right?
Do you want to share? Do you want to reveal?
We can reveal.
Please do.
Well, the last time we had invited, you remember the stats better than I do. Invited versus accepted?
Yeah, we had for how to win clients on the new LinkedIn, 3,500 targeted LinkedIn members invited, 2,800 and some accepted.
About an 80% hit rate there.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's powerful. But there's a formula to doing LinkedIn events. You've got to get the marketing right and the branding even better. You've got to have the right picture, a catchy title, a good introduction, because not everyone has the time to attend events. Right? We've been inundated with it right now.
That's right.
So stand out from the crowd when you're doing this. But,
but when you do it, and when you do it correctly, we've been able to build a database. Just last year, in 2021, we ran a monthly LinkedIn event. We built a database of 12,500 LinkedIn members. And those are people that we invited. So these are not random strangers. These are targeted decision makers, senior professionals, 12,500 that have registered for our event and we are now communicating with them regularly.
Good. So you've heard of the LinkedIn newsletter and the LinkedIn events, two of the most powerful content types in the market right now.
The third one is the LinkedIn bell. Did you bring a bell?
I have it somewhere here. I think it's...
Why do you need to ring the bell on LinkedIn?
Well, while Doc is talking about the little bell you see on the top right of someone's profile, if they're a person of interest, i.e. fitting the hierarchy, industry, profession, or what we call your most valuable client, more than just following them or liking their content, click on the little bell icon. It's an alert. You will be then notified when this person of interest posts on LinkedIn. Okay, so it's a little prompt for you. You'll get a notification on your profile.
Now remember, if you really want to connect with key decision makers, this is a great tool, the LinkedIn bell, because it enables you to engage every single time they post. You can engage with their content, you can like, comment, share, and you can build strategic relationships. And that's really the key benefit of the new LinkedIn. There are, at our last count, 49, right?
Yeah, 49 touch points.
Relationship building touch points.
Yep.
That you can activate on LinkedIn to build strategic relationships with your target audience.
With the goal of getting that relationship out of the virtual world into the real world.
So that's what Creator Mode is all about. The big question is, when should you enable Creator Mode? When is the right time to enable?
I think I gave it away earlier. Sorry for jumping the gun. It's the right time to enable it is when you are regularly posting. So when you're a creator, posting at least 3 or 4 pieces of content a week. If you're not doing that, and if you don't have at least 500 connections, then don't switch it on for now, because you will lose the connect button. And you may want to still keep that while you grow your network and start to build a continuous stream of content.
Why the big 500? I heard that before.
Yeah.
Why? Why is that important for Creator Mode? Why should you wait for 500 plus?
Well, the LinkedIn algorithm would then favor your content. And also aesthetically on your profile, once you're above 500, LinkedIn shows you as a 500 plus. It doesn't go any beyond that. And it's always aesthetically, it's important because it looks like you are a seasoned LinkedIner.
Absolutely. It's a psychological badge of honor. Mm-hmm. So please make sure you build your LinkedIn network to 500 plus. You got a content marketing plan. You're in a position to post 3 times a week. Yeah. Ideally, LinkedIn newsletter, LinkedIn poll.
Poll and events.
Events. And
video.
Video.
Video is beautiful.
Once that is in place, please switch on your Creator Mode.
That's the 4 content. We coach our clients on this. Just post 1 poll, 1 newsletter, do 1 event, that can be monthly, and 1 video. 30 to 60 seconds, square frame with subtitles. Keep that in mind. The algorithm prefers that.
So please quickly tell us in the poll, the next poll, have you switched on Creator Mode yet? If you have, you're welcome to take a quick zip of the LinkedIn coffee you saw just now.
Oh, wow. There we got 15.
Coming in.
16.
Okay, well,
88%
it's fairly new, so don't feel bad if you haven't.
Yeah.
And again, the 2 big checks.
Regular content posting, 3 to 4 content pieces a week, and 500 plus connections.
And then you literally are in the top 1% of LinkedIn members globally.
That's it.
And again,
and then the LinkedIn algorithm is going to put you up there on the top 1% and favor your content globally.
That's right. Okay, perfect. And if you're wondering where to find your Creator Mode, it's on top of your profile. In fact, if you have any questions about LinkedIn, please connect with us on LinkedIn. And then you'll be able to be in touch. Okay.
Thank you. Back to the presentation, please.
Yeah. That was number 5, right? Critical success number 5.
Number 5.
So number 6 coming up.
We've got 2 to go. Are we doing okay for time? Yes?
6 out of 7. 6 out of 7. 5 out of 7.
Yep.
So let's quickly look at number 6. And that's something you probably haven't seen yet. And it is called the Social Selling Index.
Yeah, I don't think we'll do a poll on that, though.
Well, let's see. It's really important. Now, first of all, why are we talking about social selling when we're trying to help you to build your executive brand. What's the relevance between building your executive brand and social selling?
Right. Well, there's two parts to it. There's really the social selling index has 4 components.
Yeah.
50% of your social selling index, as you can see, the bottom 2, engaging with insights and building relationships, are what we call the relationship algorithm. And the top 2 are the content algorithm, establishing your professional brand and finding the right people. So when you're thinking about building your personal brand, it's really more about you, and therefore the first 2 are relevant. Establishing your professional brand and finding the right people, because you don't want to create your brand online in isolation. It has to be done deliberately so that it resonates with your target audience. That's why it's important we went through that hierarchy, industry, profession, so you can tailor your brand accordingly.
So what you see here, your social selling index, what it does, it basically measures your social selling, your social networking skills. It's an aggregate out of 100. So you can see in my case, my social selling index is 87 out of 100. And as Yatin said, it consists of these 4 components, 4 dimensions of how good are you really at social networking. First of all, how good are you at establishing your professional brand, your profile? Secondly, how good are you at finding the right people? And believe it or not, the LinkedIn algorithm has a way to find out and establish whether you are finding the right people. Thirdly, how good are you at engaging with insights? When you publish, when you post on LinkedIn, are people responding? Are they engaging? And fourthly, how good are you at building relationships? So don't just think about it in terms of selling, although it's called the social selling index, but really what this SSI does, what this index does, this one number, it really gives you a really good idea how good are you at social networking and building your brand.
And the LinkedIn algorithm updates the social selling index every day, every 24 hours. So it measures your activity on the day and the engagement you receive on your content. And every improvement you make on your profile will boost your social selling index.
And there it is, there it is. There, if you can quickly click on the QR code in the center, that will take you to your LinkedIn. As long as you're linked.
Yeah.
Are you LinkedIn?
I am LinkedIn.
Good.
Are you LinkedIn?
As long as you're logged into, I was going to say logged into LinkedIn, this QR code in the center will take you to your SSI. And there is a poll, you can guess there is a poll. We want to know, what do we want to know?
We want to know, what is your social selling index?
Exactly, exactly.
Now there's certain magic numbers. Are we coming to that, or should I talk about it?
Talk about it, talk about it.
You want to be at least 75%. Aim for 75. 60% is the benchmark. 60% means this. The LinkedIn algorithm will broadcast your content to 8 to 10% of your network. Anything you post goes to about 8 to 10% of your network. That's the baseline. It's called the first organic batch. And if you're at 60%, you will get 100% of your first organic batch. Below 60, you're penalized. Okay? Above 60, it multiplies. So you can go up to 1.5 times your first organic batch, i.e. your content, if you're in the 90s, can reach 15% of your network. Now, why is this important, Doc? There's a 2-hour rule at play here. Yeah?
The golden 2 hours.
Exactly.
So the minute you post, the LinkedIn clock starts ticking, and the engagement you get within your first 2 hours determines whether or not the LinkedIn algorithm promotes or demotes your post.
Absolutely. So ideally, you want a high SSI, and this you can do by completing your profile, as we've shown you, and posting regularly on LinkedIn, and engaging within 2 hours with the comments and likes and shares that you receive. That SSI can grow within days. If you'll see a result. If you get active on LinkedIn today, check before and after, and you'll see it'll be a big improvement. So that's updated daily by the algorithm. And you want that first organic batch to be as big as possible so that you have more people engaging within that first 2 hours. And thereafter, only if it's successful, according to the algorithm, your content will be broadcasted to the remaining 90% of your network. Or not. There's a second and a third organic batch.
Now in Germany, they say live on LinkedIn starts at 60.
Live starts at 60.
Why is that?
Yeah, that's the magic number. As I mentioned, you get 100% reach of your organic batch at 60.
And they
So
say
aim
live,
for 60.
LinkedIn live on LinkedIn rocks at 75.
Yeah, exactly. And shoots the lights out at 90.
Yeah. So these are the benchmarks to look out for. You want to hit 60, progress to 75, and ultimately, if you are really becoming a LinkedIn ninja, hit 90 on your SSI.
Or Dr. Nick 87, as you saw.
That's right.
That's called, then you're cooking on gas.
That's right. So if you can go back to the presentation, we owe you one more success factor, right?
One more. This is
Number
it.
7 out of
Success
7.
factor, number 7 out of 7 on building your executive brand on LinkedIn.
And that's something that's going to take longer. So we are not only going to introduce it to you. If you want to really transform your LinkedIn profile, thank you. If you want to here we go. If you want to transform your LinkedIn profile, we have set up a special LinkedIn portal, a special LinkedIn influencer portal. We're going to show you where to go just now, only for delegates of GIC 2022. Okay, because this is really important. When people connect with you, when they land on your profile, when they want to know more about you, where do they go?
To your LinkedIn profile.
Where do they go? They go to your LinkedIn
About section.
About section.
Yep.
Used to be called your summary. It's the only place on social media anywhere. You don't get this on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, nowhere except for LinkedIn. You get 2,200 characters to tell your story. And you need to do exactly that. You need to tell your story, and you need to, what we call story brand, your LinkedIn profile. This is the hardest part. It takes time. It takes coaching. It will serve you in so many ways, because your LinkedIn story brand is all about connecting the dots in your life and in your career in such a way that it makes sense and connects with your audience. It builds this rapport, this emotional rapport, bond.
Yeah.
Very powerful when you get it right. And when you get it right, it's not just for your LinkedIn. Every time you present, when you do a TEDx talk, when you write your book, when you introduce yourself anywhere, anyhow, your LinkedIn story brand, your story brand will do the talking. And we deliberately use story branding because stories do so much more than just communicating and informing. Stories give meaning. Stories inspire, and stories are memorable. I mean, this is how we communicate as human beings, right? If you want to make a point, I tell you a story.
Yeah.
How many times do we share stories?
All the time. Around
Exactly.
the fireplace, around the braai. We love telling stories.
And there's a formula to telling a memorable story. And if you look at blockbuster movies at Hollywood, if you look at great works of literature, if you look at any story that inspires, you will find this sequence, the 10 steps of the hero's journey, first deciphered by Professor Joseph Campbell, who spent 5 years in a little wooden cabin in the New York mountains, locking himself away and reading the stories of true heroes and real champions. And when I say champions, the picture you see here, it's all about transformation. It's your personal transformation from a go-getter to a go-giver. From ego-centric to client-centric, team-centric, community-centric. This is what we're talking about. This is a circle of life. And it is a circle of life because these 10 steps are steps that we all take at one stage or another in our life and in our career. So what we've done, we've condensed these 10 steps into 7. 7 steps that you can tell on your LinkedIn summary. And we're running out of time, so we're just going to give you the questions.
Yeah.
The questions are really, and you can see it on our LinkedIn profile. When you go to, for example, my summary, you'll see exactly how it works. The first question is, what was the turning point? What is your turning point? The turning point in your career that took you to where you are right now. Secondly, what is your unique discovery? What is it that you've discovered in your career and in your life that's been working for you and that you now want to share with others? And how have you demonstrated your leadership in your industry, in your career? What makes you an authority in your field? And who have you helped along the way? So remember, the way this works, story branding is all about telling me who you are, why you're doing what you're doing, your purpose, and how you can help me. Your greatest achievement to date in the hero's journey, it's called the final battle. Again, it has to be an achievement that's client-centric. It's something that you have achieved for others, for a client, for example. And what's your call to action? What is it you want me to do now? Do you want me to connect with you now that I know you better? Do you want me to go to your website? Do you want me to engage? This is how you construct your LinkedIn story brand.
Now, the key message in this, folks, don't be like the 95% or more of the people out there that have an egocentric profile, telling the world how great they are or how great they think they are, talking about their awards and their achievements. And you can tell those LinkedIn profiles that start with I am and I have been, right? Change the narrative. Stand out from the crowd. That's what and this is what we like to coach our clients on. And the hero's journey is perfect because you make your client the hero, right? And all you are just the facilitator to add value to them. So the first thing you do here, or the thing to take away from this message, apart from everything we told you, is to focus on your about section, make it a story that's inspiring, worth reading, and more important, value adding. When somebody reads your LinkedIn profile, they're spending time. They're already investing in you. Give them some value in return.
Did you bring the key?
I brought the key.
Can you unlock the secret?
It's a remote.
No. Can you unlock the secret for unlocking your story brand? The best way to do it, because it's hard. Let's face it.
No,
These
it's really
are
hard
questions. What's the best way that we've seen in our coaching? What's the best way to go about building?
Are we okay on time? Good, thank you, Andy.
What's the best way about building your story brand?
Is to do it with your buddy.
Your LinkedIn buddy?
Yeah, have a LinkedIn buddy. Tell each other stories, because it's hard to tell your own story. Tell it to somebody else. So that's something we do on our coaching programs. We have a buddy system where you interview each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the power of interviews. This is it.
So please look out for your LinkedIn buddy and team up.
Now, what's the call to action, Doc?
The call to action is, if you want the slides, if you want the LinkedIn materials, if you want the special portal, the Linked Influencer portal that we set up for GIC 2022, please, and this is only for delegates, so please don't share this with anybody outside of the conference. We give you complimentary access, so you can access, it's going to stay open. What we mean, the first 48 hours from now, you will be able to get in.
Yes.
We're going to lock it after 48 hours. If you're in, you're in. If you're out, unfortunately, you won't get in.
Yeah, this is the paid-for portal. We normally license this out. It's got all the information, all the information you need, and it's for you only. So you got 48 hours to get in, and then we're closing that link. It's on our website.
That's right.
www.linkedindealmaker.com. You'll be bombarded with a pop-up of this as soon as you hit there. So www.linkedindealmaker.com. The pop-up, it'll say GIC 2022. And if you want access to our online teachable portal, where you'll also have access to us, please come on in. It's complimentary.
Well, just tell us who you are. There's a little application form, your name, your details, so we know who you are. And we will send you, the very next day, we will send you the access code. So between now, Wednesday, 1300, right? And Friday, 1300.
Yes.
Please make sure you go to linkedindealmaker.com, one word. If you go to Google, LinkedInDealmaker, one word.com, and go onto the pop-up, and there's even a button, application form.
Yep.
Quickly enter your details, and we will return the favor.
Thank you. Folks, thank you very much for your time. We hope this was value-adding, and thanks so much for the opportunity.
There's a quick look at the curriculum in your portal. Okay. Thank you.
That's it. Thanks, Andy.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. I too wish to become a LinkedIn ninja. You guys are great. Thank you so much. Gents, Nick and Yatin, fantastic. We are going to be taking a short couple of minutes break through until 1:30 or so. But from myself, Andy, and the team, we will be back with you guys shortly. Cheers.
Cheers.
See you on LinkedIn.
And we're back. Welcome, welcome to our viewers and speakers. I have a very fantastic lady sitting next to me. I shall be introducing her shortly. For those of you who asked questions in our previous session with Dr. Nick and Yasin, your answers will be emailed to you if you are booked. Otherwise, drop Colleen an email and she will revert with the answers that you are searching for. Then up next, we have a QR code on screen. Yes. The next section with Deshaun.
Takes a bit of practice.
My hat. Lots of names, but yeah, stunning. We have the QR code on screen. Please channel your questions through Slido, which you may access by using the QR code on screen. Great stuff. She's experienced 2 decades of traversing the slopes of some of the world's highest mountains. She's addressed nearly 1,000 conferences in 18 countries. She's a member of the first South African expedition to Mount Everest, as well as the team who put the first South African at the top of the 7 summits. She's an international speaker, business coach, mountaineer, entrepreneur, author, wife, and a mother. Our next speaker is Deshaun Dazel. Her segment will be divided into 2 sessions, but I'll hand over to Dee to handle the next couple of minutes with you guys.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here with the Gender Intelligence audience, and I'm going to kick off with just another quick introductory video, if you don't mind, just so that you can get a bit more context about where I come from. And then we're going to kick off into a presentation. But what I want to do is encourage all of you to please ask questions as you go through Slido. And at some point in the presentation, I'll pause myself and answer whichever thing is coming up, or if there are any comments that you'd like to throw my way as well. So without further ado, I'm going to play the intro video and see you on the other side of that.
Deshaun Dazel. Deshaun Dazel is a high-altitude mountaineer and business coach who spent 15 years researching the links between coaching and managing performance. The result? The Peak Performance Toolkit coaching system, a digital platform addressing the global trend of moving from annual performance reviews to continuous feedback and coaching. Deshaun provides a unique perspective into the high-risk, high-reward of the world of mountaineering and its practical application in driving high performance.
So today is going to be, or at least my session is going to be all about a personal story and how that relates to creating personal stories in the way we craft our careers, in the way we head up the mountain. As they say, it's a tough climb, it's a corporate ladder. And so I'm hoping that by telling my story and weaving some of the details of how that relates to work and to business, you'll be able to use that as your personal mountain story as well. So I'm going to start with just a little bit of background, because this is a part of my presentation that I can't leave out, because people are always interested to know where it all got started. So I'm going to tell you a very quick backstory, and then I'm going to launch into what kind of mountains I'm into and how that relates to your place of work and especially your career. So I'm a native of a place called Uitenhage in South Africa. You know, my early life, my formative years were basically in this place called Uitenhage. And, you know, my story really begins there, and I've got to share that with you, because I think without telling that part of the story, you won't really be able to connect with what the whole journey has been with. But before I do that, I just want to bring you to the real nature of my topic. My topic is entitled Tackling the Summit. And you can see there, there's ellipses between the and summit, because I really want you to personalize this topic for yourself. So what is the summit that you are tackling right now? Or what is the summit that you anticipate tackling, right? So when we talk about tackling the summit, I want to know, not necessarily for me, but for you, what is the summit that you are tackling or that you are hoping to tackle? And you'll see how that comes through later in the presentation. Again, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to just throw them at me and I'll answer them in my own time. So a little bit of my climbing history. I'll only show you here some of the big mountains, the ones that qualify more or less as high altitude peaks. So if you go to the African peak, I'll start there. The regions that I've climbed in, I should say, because not each mountain or segment on the map represents a mountain, but it's basically regions that I've climbed in. So if you start in Africa, which is home, I've included Drakensberg because that's our mountain, so I've got to put that in there, but it is technically not a high-altitude peak. But in East Africa, there are a couple of really incredible mountains there. When I qualified to be on the first South African expedition, I did my very first high-altitude peak in Tanzania, and that's a mountain called Mount Meru, which is the 4th tallest peak in Africa. And then a week later, interesting enough, after we climbed that peak, we went to Kilimanjaro. So that's the first time that I set foot on Kilimanjaro was right at the beginning of 1996. And of course, from there, we went on to the Everest expedition, which I'll explain to you later. But in that region, I've climbed Mount Meru, Mount Kenya, which is the tallest peak in Africa. And then I've had 4 expeditions to Mount Kilimanjaro, and I'm sure there'll be others. But I've had the opportunity to stand on the top of Kilimanjaro 4 times. And then if we head up north to Europe, there's Western Europe and Eastern Europe. So I'm going to speak of Western Europe first. Before the Iron Curtain came down, actually, in the French Alps, there's a mountain called Mont Blanc. And that mountain for a long time was considered the tallest peak in Europe because it was actually in Western Europe. But as we all know, the Iron Curtain came down, West merged with East, and now a mountain in Russia called Mount Elbrus is actually the tallest peak in Europe. So of course I had to go climb it. So I've been on Elbrus twice. So I've been to the Russian Caucasus region a couple of times, as you can see. And so that was me climbing the tallest peak in Western Europe as well as the tallest peak in Eastern Europe. And then if you go over to the left of your screen, the very, very top one there, that's a mountain in Alaska. Incidentally, the tallest peak in North America. And this peak actually has 2 names. The one name is Denali, that's the local name for it, but the other name is Mount McKinley. So Mount McKinley is the tallest peak in the US, and then of course I climbed in the Cascades region on the side of the western side of the US as well. If you go down to South America, you'll find that the tallest peak there is a mountain called Aconcagua. It is not just the tallest peak in South America, it's also the tallest peak in the Western Hemisphere as well as the tallest peak in the Southern Hemisphere. So outside of the Himalaya, this is the tallest peak anywhere else in the world, which is quite fascinating. So I've done an expedition to there as well and was hoping actually to climb it again in 2020, but that's a story that I'll pick up later as well. So then I go over to the big one in Asia, which I'm sure all of you can guess that one. It's Mount Everest. I've been on 2 expeditions to Mount Everest as well, and you know, Everest is always going to have a special place in my heart, so I've never actually said no to any invitation to climb Mount Everest. So if you've got an invitation to climb Everest, I'm likely to say yes. So the only parts of the world that I haven't climbed in is Australasia and Antarctica, but don't worry, they're on my list. I'm going to end up there at some point. So I'm sure you can see now that I spent most of my adult life trying to get high, but you know, in the safe way. Safe but risky. So this is the backstory that I promised I'm going to tell you. You know, I'm a native of Uitenhage, and I spent most of my early childhood in my grandparents' home. And it's because of these 2 grandparents that the Everest story is my story. And I'll explain very quickly. My grandmother was fanatical about the British royal family. And in fact, you'll see there's a clue on this picture here. Just above my grandmother's head, there's a picture of Princess Elizabeth as she became queen. And in fact, just behind the letters C, E, and S there. And next to her is a picture of my uncle. This is my mom's brother. And what you can't see here is that there was, in fact, another picture up on the wall, and that was a picture of Prince Philip. He just doesn't feature in the angle of this photograph. But, you know, as a young girl, I grew up seeing these pictures up on the wall. So I'm sure you'll forgive me for thinking I must have been a member of the British royal family when I was growing up. But that not beside the point is that my grandmother's influence in terms of her royal connection or her fascination with the British royal family is that actually when Edmund Hillary got to the summit of Mount Everest, that coincided with when Elizabeth became queen. And this was big news for their generation. You know, the Commonwealth was incredibly delighted. It was just another show of force of the empire, and my grandmother was absolutely into all of that. And I think so was much of her generation. So I grew up on stories of this Edmund Hillary guy who went to the summit of Everest in 1953 when my grandmother was a young woman. And somewhere along the line, I suppose, I grabbed onto the idea to be more like Edmund Hillary than the Queen. Perhaps somewhere in my brain I knew that it's a bigger possibility for me to become an adventurer like Ed Hillary than to become a member of the British royal family. But it's also during this period of time that South Africa was going through some of its most, if we look back, some of its most difficult years. So when I started school in 1977, it was actually in the middle of a state of emergency because just a year ago, the uprising started happening in Soweto. So the townships were really under an incredible sense of what we call today, we've got a term for it today, it's called VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, and also danger. There was just danger all around. And I think the thing that formulated my thought process at that time was really the way these two grandparents were able to take our thought process away from what was happening in the present and into what the positive potential is of the future. So as I was growing up, even amidst the mayhem of the state of emergency of the 70s and 80s while I was in school, I really had the sense that there's something bigger out there. And over time, I kind of had a sense that adventure will be my life. I didn't know how, because just think back in the 70s, how could you go to the neighbors or anyone, a teacher, anyone, to ask them, how do you climb Mount Everest? You know, it just wasn't a thing. And so I had to stay in my head with this idea. I had to nurture it and keep it and incubate it for myself and keep it a possibility for myself before I could find ways of expressing it in other ways. So I had to find inspiration, obviously, from other places because the inspiration wasn't right around me. So my first inspiration was a guy called Tintin. When I was little, his name was Kaifi, so I was obsessed. I literally had piles and piles of Kaifi comics that my brother wasn't allowed to touch. He was into Asterix, I was into Kaifi, and our books didn't touch. You know, it was that kind of level of obsession. But this one year, Tintin went to Tibet, and of course this helped to enrich and augment my imagination of what it's like to be on Everest. And I was so enthralled and pulled into the adventure that Tintin had in the Himalaya that it really was one of those defining moments for me of looking at what it takes to climb big mountains. And of course, I had to find myself another role model, and it came in the form of Heidi. Now, some of you may or may not know Heidi, but when I was growing up in the 70s, she was on TV at least once a week in those days. It was just that thing of the French Alps. I think that's how I came to know about the European Alps, is through Heidi. So these are just some of the, if you look back now, if I think back to it, we've got a term for looking at a collage of pictures like this. And for me, this is a retrospective vision board. That's the term we use nowadays if we try to create a visual image of the future for ourselves. We say, let's vision board. And when I look back now, this is a good 40-something years ago. If I look back now, this is very interestingly for me a retrospective vision board. And that's really what the first sort of kernels, the seed that got planted in my imagination of what it would take to be a mountaineer one day, or at least just live some part of that fantasy out. So for me, it stayed a fantasy for a very, very long time because, quite frankly, where was I going to find the means, the way, the resources to make this happen, right? But interesting enough, one of the biggest lessons I've learned in life is if you can't imagine it in your mind, then it's not possible for you. And then opportunity comes only once you've been able to concretely imagine in your own mind whether something can happen or not. So if you fast forward now to many, many years later, I'm a teacher now. I've studied human movement science. I've been on a couple of hiking adventures and, pitched a few tents in my lifetime by this time in my life. And one day I opened up the newspaper and there was this incredible article which was inviting South African women between the ages of 25 and 55 to sign up for the first South African Everest expedition. And at this point in my life, having known about Everest for so long, I was really stunned because I thought by now surely everyone had been to Everest, every country in the world. So surely South Africans would have been there. But it turned out that because of sanctions, South Africa had never been allowed to go into Nepal. So once our new democracy happened, the borders of a lot of countries opened, and finally Mount Everest is now a possibility for South Africans. How's that for timing? Because I was exactly 25 years old when I saw the invitation to sign up to go to the Everest expedition. And as these things go, I signed up. I made a huge motivation for why I should be considered for selection. Didn't think much will come of it, but I just thought to myself, if I don't take this opportunity now, I will always wonder what would have happened if I had done it. So just on the mere whim of going, I must do this, there just was a sense of destiny about applying for this particular position that I thought I must absolutely do it, and I'll get my answer for how my life should turn out. So a few weeks later, I got a phone call from the leader of this expedition, Ian Woodall, who then said to me that over 2,000 women had the same idea. They also signed up to be on this expedition. And I was one of the 6 that got shortlisted. Am I still interested? Well, I nearly fell off my chair because I didn't really think that someone's going to come back to me and say, we've actually selected you to be part of the selection process. But there it was. And this here is the official letter that I received at the end of 1995 to actually join the South African selection process for that major expedition. So it turns out at that time too that Madiba was the patron of the expedition because we were climbing for the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. So many of you are probably familiar with that story. Long story short, I then did get selected through the selection process I talked about earlier, and myself and Kathy O'Dowd were the 2 women who were then invited to join the team to go on to our first ever South African Everest expedition. And that is how the South African flag made it to the summit of Mount Everest back in 1996. We were a very small team. We were probably the least experienced team on the mountain. And of that least experienced team, I was the least experienced person in the team. So one could really just make the math and realize that at 26, I turned 26 on Everest 26 years ago, which is a bit strange if you calculate it in that way. But at 26, I was the youngest and least experienced person on Everest in that year. So I didn't really absorb all of that. I was too in awe of the mountain and the whole experience. It was just amazing to finally be in a place that I've always dreamt about. And so the big, hairy, scary, the impossibility of it all was, at that stage, didn't really land. I was so excited to just be part of this whole thing. But I also understood that I'm not there for me. I understood that I was there, and each one of us as a team were there for the country. This is the very first time that our new flag was going to make it to the highest mountain in the world. So there was a lot of pressure from that point of view, but I think I was just too excited to be there to be too taken by the pressure. But interesting enough, as if the gravitas of that wasn't enough, we also had the probably most traumatic event in that season on the mountain since the mountain had been climbed by Edmund Hillary. So apart from the 1953 expedition, and perhaps even the Mallory expedition that came before that by almost 50 years, we now had the 1996 expedition, during which probably the most recorded, the most filmed, the most talked about. Even Harvard has a leadership case study about this season on Everest. happened. And I'm going to show you a video really quickly. It's actually a movie trailer that was made of the movie Everest from 2015. Actually, the movie came out. But this movie is, in my opinion, because I was there, the most accurate Hollywood rendition of what actually happened on Everest. And it's not that accurate, but it's the most accurate of all the movies that have been made. So take a look at what happened when the South African team was on Everest for the first time in 1996.
Bob, talk to me, pick up. Come on, mate, come on!
How you doing?
I'm back.
Doug Hansen.
What do you do when you're not climbing, Doug?
I deliver the mail.
First mailman on Everest?
Hope so.
I like that.
I know there's a lot of mountaineering experience in this room. You wouldn't be here without it.
But Everest is the most dangerous place on Earth.
How's the weather?
It's good.
I wish I was with you.
We'll all go climbing together next time, the three of us.
What about your wife?
Oh, she's been fine with it ever since we divorced.
Good morning, people! If it isn't the mayor of base camp, sit down, man. Climatize.
Human beings simply aren't built to function at the cruising altitude of 747.
Our bodies will be literally dying.
So the game is, can we get you up to the top, down to the bottom, before that happens?
This is suffering, man.
A few more days. The rest of your life, you'll be a guy that got to the top of Everest.
Rob, where are you?
I'm on the top of Everest, Helen. Rob, pick up, mate. We got cloud coming up through the valley. It's a lot of it.
Oh, no. We got people stranded up there and the storm is getting worse.
We got a problem. We're out of gas, Doug. Just go. No, I'm not leaving you behind. Come on.
Oh, damn. Can you hear me? Rob? You've got to get moving. Is anyone to make it? You can.
I love you.
So that is 1996 Everest climbing season, spring going into summertime. So it's a while back, it's a long time ago. But for me, some of those memories are still so real. They're as if it happened yesterday. And that was really, for me, a watershed moment in my climbing career. Because on the one hand, I was this young, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, inexperienced climber who was crazy about the mountains. And on the other hand, now I'm getting a really big wake-up call on the biggest mountain in the world about how dangerous and risky it can actually be. And interesting enough, when this whole traumatic incident happened on the mountain, we had not gotten the South African flag to the top yet. Our team was at the highest camp, Camp 4, which you'll see in a moment, and we all had to retrieve back to base camp and ask some serious questions about what to do next. And at this point, we were already starting to see other teams leaving the mountain because the whole thing was just so traumatic, right? So we had a lot of climbers just say, that's it, that's enough. And some people, actually, that was the end of their ambitions to climb big mountains. And for our team, because we had such a strong sense of purpose, we knew why we were there. We knew we were there to represent not only the hopes and dreams of South Africans, but we were there to represent our new rainbow flag and everything that that stood for us at the time. So it was a very important moment for us. We had to sit in base camp and really ask some important questions about why we should stay, in spite of the trauma that had just happened. And incidentally, in that season, we lost 11 climbers on the mountain. So it wasn't an easy situation. Not only did we survive the whole storm, we had to survive the idea that some of our friends and people that we knew on the mountain had passed on just in the couple of days. So it was a very big, heavy decision for us to make. But ultimately, the team decided to give it one more go because there was still a bit of climbing time left in the season, and we still had the resources to continue. So like I said earlier, this is probably one of the most documented, apart from 53, the most documented incident on Mount Everest. So you can find all sorts of books online. For me personally, I started noticing things about leadership and followership in climbing. And over the years, I started seeing that more and more. With every expedition I'd been on, I started noticing that people lead certain ways when they're on the mountain, and some people follow certain ways. So you can find some of that information in the book Every Leader Needs to Read, which is available on my website. But I'm going to go a little bit further just to talk about how do you climb this mountain and how does that relate to the big, hairy, scary, audacious goals we set for ourselves. So here's Everest. It's the tallest peak at 8,848 meters on a low snow season, and it can go up to 8,850. So for Everest, you'll most likely see both those numbers, and they're both correct. It's just seasonal. But here is a mountain that takes nearly 2 months of expedition time. And during that expedition time, you are basically exposed at high altitude with very low levels of oxygen for a very long time. And in fact, to get to Everest Base Camp takes a good 9 to 12 days of walking. There's no motorized transport. You will die instantly if you try to fly in because of the lack of oxygen. So the best way actually to approach this mountain is on foot. And so once you've done your 2 weeks of getting there, then you can kind of look at the mountain and say, how do I climb you? But before you even start climbing, it now takes another week or 5 days or so to set up your home, which is called Base Camp on Everest. So you set up Base Camp, which is 5,350 meters above sea level. And just so that you know, Kilimanjaro is 5,895, and Everest Base Camp is 5,350. So I'm pretty sure you'll notice very quickly that the bottom of Everest is nearly as high as the top of Kilimanjaro. So that gives you a sense of the scale of the mountain you're looking at, hopefully. So once you've done your setting up of base camp, you now get to go through this area called the Icefall. So in that movie clip, there's a section where the guy crosses a ladder and there's a big chunk of ice that comes down. That is the Icefall, and there's not just one ladder. There's about 100, sometimes 150, 200 of these ladders. It depends on the season. But you've got to cross one ladder after the next, after the next, after the next, like that in the Icefall. And I'm sure you could see that it's a very volatile part of the mountain. So this area here we call the gateway to Everest, simply because you can't get onto the actual slopes of Mount Everest until you've gone through the Icefall. So your first trip up the Icefall will basically be a reconnaissance. You'll go up, see what it's all about, come back down, and spend 2 or 3 days in base camp to rest and recover from that. Each climbing day can be anywhere between 10 and 12 hours, sometimes 14 hours, and summit night is 24 hours of basically just being outside your tent, going up and coming back down. So it's very long hours of focus, of concentration, and so once you're back in base camp, you basically recover from that. So, base camp 3 days, back up the mountain, up to camp 1 now, and then you'll sleep 1 night there, just 1 night. You come back through the Icefall, and then you come back down to base camp to rest, to acclimatize, to replenish yourself, to recharge your batteries. And then, of course, you go back up the mountain through the Icefall again. This time you aim for camp 2, which is, interestingly, 6,500 meters above sea level. And did you know that by now you're higher than 80% of the world's mountains? Remember earlier I said the mountain in South America is a 6,896 meters mountain, and that mountain is the tallest outside the Himalaya. So now by the time you get to this level on Everest, you're basically higher than 80% of the world's mountains. And so you get to camp 2, you'll sleep a night there, you turn around, come back through the Icefall, go back down to base camp and stay in base camp for about 3 days. It depends on the weather and if your body can keep going. But, you basically need to check yourself out. The whole team then decides to go back up. And so you go up and down this mountain iteratively. So from Camp 2 to base camp, then back from base camp up through the icefall to Camp 1, sleep a night in Camp 2, sleep a night in Camp 3, come back down to Camp 2, sleep a night there, come back down to Camp 1, have a rest over stop, and then you come back down to base camp. And basically, the majority of your time is spent on the slopes of the mountain, as you can see. Once you've done all of that, and your weather window now has to appear, a weather window is an optimal time of about 4 days in the season when you get to go to the summit. There is no other time to summit the mountain outside of the weather window. So now you've got to get to Camp 4, which is at 8,000 meters. And from this point on, this portion of the mountain and every other mountain that's above 8,000 meters, this area is known as the death zone. The reason for that name is that the death zone is where your body deteriorates every second, every minute, every hour to the point of death. Nothing that happens to you up here is sustainable. You cannot sleep here, you cannot stay here. You've got to basically sneak up to the summit of Everest and then come back down and get out of the death zone as quickly as you can. But typically, a summit night is up to the summit, coming back to Camp 4, and then try to get back to Camp 3 for safety if you can do it. And that's a 24-hour climb. So the very top of the mountain is the area with the least amount of oxygen. There's about 20% oxygen available in the atmosphere by the time you reach the summit of Everest. And you've got about 20 to 30 minutes of time to just take your picture, take in the view, and get down the mountain as quickly as possible to stay alive. So a lot of the injuries, a lot of the loss of concentration, a lot of fatality happens in this region. That's why it's called the death zone. So I'm going to stop here because I can see there are a couple of questions which I want to answer very quickly. One question is, will you climb El Capitan in California? El Capitan is iconic. It really is. It's a fantastic mountain, but I have absolutely no ambition to climb it. Number one, there's a couple of climbing disciplines in I think like driving. You've got Formula One, you've got NASCAR racing, and you've got us on the normal roads, and go-kart, of course. So it's the same thing. With mountains, there is the rock climbing aspect, there's a sport climbing aspect, and there's the high altitude aspect. I prefer the high altitude mountains, so those are the mountains that are 5,000 and above. And El Capitan is more like a really hectic rock climb. So it is a couple of days of climbing, but it's a sheer cliff of rock, and that does not appeal to me at all. So thank you for that question. Were you good at climbing trees as a kid? How did you know? In fact, I actually, when I was little, my parents loved to tell the story. There was a big tree in our front yard, and anyone who ever looked for me, when they were looking for me, they'd look up to see if I'm on the roof of the house or up in the tree there. So, good question. Another question is it true that you have to climb to the top of Everest and make it back to base camp to be recognized as a summit? It's not a rule. It's basically, the way to look at it is you are successful when you reach safety. So the top of Everest is not safe, I can assure you. The winds up there are just incredible. And like I said, there's a very short window of time that you can actually spend at the top. So a lot of people find themselves at the top, and then they just drain off the energy. They just... and then they forget that they're still halfway to go, which is down the mountain. So the unwritten agreement amongst us climbers is that you're only successful once you're back down to safety. So the summit is only halfway. It really is, and that's the way to think about it. And that's the way to think about all goals. I know I'm speaking to an audience who've graduated, you've gone through school, through varsity, through all sorts of programs. Think about how much time and effort it takes to go through that and to just have night after night of studying, of doing assignments and doing everything else in your life. And then the moment you get your degree or your certificate or the thing that acknowledges that you've done all that time, the period of time you stand up on a stage is so minuscule compared to the actual effort that went into getting that thing. So climbing Everest is a bit the same. It's like you go through all that tackling of the slopes of the mountain, and you've got a tiny bit of time at the top there. And so it's not worth making such a big deal about the top at the expense of your safety. So coming back down safety, that's considered successful. Thank you, Louise. And then, did you actually see bodies of climbers on your climb? Yeah, you know, that is an unfortunate one. I get this question a lot. It is an unfortunate one, and yes, I have, and you do see bodies on the mountain. Sometimes they're so far away that you can't reach them because they'd fallen into an impossible place. Sometimes they're on the route, but they're now frozen into the mountain because of weather changes and snow melting and heating up and so on. So the thing about stepping over bodies is something that comes up a lot, and it's very hard to address that to people who don't understand what it's like in the death zone, for instance, because most of the bodies you'll find there. You're on oxygen, you've got very limited visuals through your goggles, you've got very limited sort of hearing ability. Everything is like this when you're in the death zone, because you've got to preserve the last little bit of yourself in order to stay alive up there. So if you can think of just sucking through a straw for your last breath, and then seeing a body there, that body is someone you can't help because they've probably been there for a season or 2 or 10 seasons, and the only thing you need to do is stay alive. And if stay alive means keep going forward and up or keep going downward, that is basically your thought process in that moment. So it's all at a very, very micro level of survival. So yes, we see bodies and we get a lot of criticism for leaving bodies up there, but what do you do if there's nothing actually you can do for the person because they're deceased already? It's very eerie, and it's quite jarring because it reminds you of what could happen to you if you're not careful. But yes, that is a strong reality on the mountain. I will answer some questions as we go along, but I really want you to think about the following. I'm going to go back on the slide, and I really want you to take a screenshot right now of this map that you have in front of you. And because this is now what I want you to start thinking about. If I were to plot my route up the mountain, how would I do that? What would be my base camp? What would be the ice fall? You know, remember at the beginning I asked you to look at what your summit is. Consider that summit. If it's a career summit, studying summit, another summit in your life, what is that summit? And then I'm going to ask you later on to come back to this, because we really want to have a look at what will be the base camp of that summit you have in mind. What will be the ice fall? How will you know that you have reached Camp 1? How will you know you've reached Camp 2? So I would typically say give it a timeline, like 5 years or so, and then Camp 1 could be year 1, Camp 2 could be year 2, and so on. But just think about that for a little bit. Take the screenshot. We'll come back to it in our second session, and we'll make a go of it in that session. So thank you for all the questions, and thank you for your interaction as well. It's very interesting to speak to camera when you can't see people, but you've really helped me to stay interactive here. So I'm going to move forward a little bit and just talk about how the climbing aspect, the tackling aspect, is really where we have to overcome the strong stuff. And you become your best self on the slopes of the mountain. Let me qualify that. I've had 20-something plus years of climbing now. And over this period of time, I've noticed that the people who, by sheer luck, because it really does take luck to summit sometimes, manage to get to the summit of every mountain they ever climb, it's almost like they're missing something. It's almost like they don't understand that it's not like that for 99.9% of the world's population, right? So a lot of the time, what I come across when I see mountaineers who've just had that luck of the weather, that luck of getting there first time, is that there's a trick that gets missed in terms of how to build yourself up as a human being. And so I have a lot of respect for those climbers who come back a second time, a third time. Sarah Kumalo got to the summit of Everest after trying 4 times, guys. 4 times. She managed to get to the summit on the 4th attempt. Edmund Hillary got to the summit on the 3rd attempt. I met a guy from Catalan, a Catalanian guy, who had been there 6 times, and when I met him, that was his 7th attempt. Now, I'm not saying get to that level of obsession, but I think what often happens to us is we want to get the results first time, and if it doesn't happen, we just kind of think, okay, maybe it wasn't meant for me. It's just having that discernment to understand that sometimes a thing just doesn't go right, but it doesn't mean that you give up on it. And for me, the real discrepancy, or the thing that differentiates whether you keep going or not, is the purposefulness of it. In the 96 expedition, a lot of climbers just said, that's it, I'm leaving. And for good reason. It was dramatic, it was traumatic. We all suffered quite a lot from that experience. But the South African team sat down, in spite of how inexperienced we were, and we said to ourselves, we're not actually just here for us. We are here for the hopes and dreams of a whole country. Why don't we give it another shot? And then at least we know we've tried our best. So it's that sense of purpose for me that often is the pivot between giving up and keeping going. And it's very hard for a person who doesn't do what they're doing with a sense of purpose to keep going and to have the perseverance to continue. So for me, the mountains teach you that. And if you are lucky enough to never have to learn that lesson, fantastic. But I bet you that 99.9% of the climbers in the world will tell you, you learn your best self while you're climbing the slopes of the mountain. You learn your biggest lessons while you're climbing the slopes of the mountain. And for that reason, this is tackling the summit, the topic of this conversation. It's not how to reach the top. I think everyone has the tools of reaching the top. Is what do you do when you're encountering all this difficulty on the slopes of the mountain? So in 2003, I was this time invited to another expedition. And, this for me was one of those interesting things. In 1996, one of my friends asked me, how did you get so lucky? When I got onto the Everest expedition, and we had this conversation, and I said to her that I saw this entry form, and I filled it in, and, I signed up to be for the selection process. And she said, oh, that's interesting. I saw this in the media. I saw the articles and stuff, but I never saw an entry form. And for me, that is so pertinent, because we don't spot opportunity until we know that's what we want, right? There's a lovely saying that goes, opportunity favors the prepared mind. And so the prepared mind is, what do you want ahead of time so that when opportunity comes, you can see it? And so when this opportunity came in 2003 to join the next Everest expedition, by this time now we had quite a few experienced South African climbers, and of course after my Everest expedition in 96, I kept climbing because I love climbing. And I was still at that stage the only black female in the world who was busy doing this. So I didn't understand that. I thought surely someone from the US, from Canada, from somewhere in the world would have done that. But it turns out that I was the first black female high-altitude mountaineer. And so if you wanted to tick some boxes, some diversity boxes, then Deshaun Daisel would be the person to invite onto a team. But that notwithstanding, I found a way to create my own luck. And I'll tell you how I got onto this team. I didn't know this team was going to Everest. In fact, it was 3 years after I started calling a guy called Alex Harris. He stands second from your left on the screen. So I'd call Alex up and I'd say, Alex, I really want to get to Everest. Do you know anyone who's going next year? Because it takes quite a long time to prep for Everest. And he'd say, no, I don't know of anyone, but I'll let you know if I find out. And the next year, I would call him up again and I'd say, Alex, I'm really keen to get to Everest again. Do you know of anyone who's going? Because I wanted to get onto a group of people. It was difficult to find a way to get to Everest in those days. And Alex would say to me, no, I don't know of anyone, but I'll let you know. And believe it or not, year 3, Alex called me and he said, Deshaun, there's a team going to Everest and, we've got a fully sponsored expedition. Are you keen? I promise you, he said, go think about it. And of course, I didn't have to think about it. And I said, no, I don't have to think about it. I'm going. And that's how I ended up on this expedition. So, sometimes we think that we must be discovered. And we sit in our little corner, and I know this is true for a lot of women. We want people to see how hard we work before we get the acknowledgement. But sometimes you need to let your intentions be known, right? You've got to be able to say to someone, that's where I'm aiming to go. Do you know of anyone? Can you hook me up? How do I get involved? even if it's make a cup of tea, there are ways to get to the experiences that you want. And this was the way I got onto this expedition. So this time around, we were actually a more experienced team than in 1996, like I said, but we also put the first South African on the top of the 7 summits. So I just thought I'd show you quickly where I stand in there, because one of the things about climbing, of course, is that it neutralizes your gender. Once everyone has their gear on, you can't tell the difference between male and female, which is a good thing. But, you know, so I just thought I'd show you there in case you were wondering which one of the climbers are me. So you've seen a kind of rendition of this map. Where the 7 summits are. So you've seen some of the expeditions I've been on already. The ones I haven't been to are Carsten's Pyramid in Puncak Jaya. That's the Australasian continent. And I also really would love to get to Antarctica someday to go and climb Mount Vincent. So the 7 summits is still an open-ended goal for me, but definitely I'd like to go and tick some of those boxes for myself eventually. I'm going to stop here just to see if there are any further questions or comments that I can deal with. Just make a quick interlude. See if there are any questions. Nothing at this stage, but keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in knowing a little bit of the back end or the side information of climbing big mountains. So here's an interesting one. In 2019, a team of women were prepping. We were going to gym and we did all sorts of things. We did the marketing and the fundraising and everything that it takes before you get to Everest. It's a massive undertaking to actually get to the slopes of Mount Everest. And so these 4 ladies were now, after all that time of South African high altitude climbing kind of building and creating impetus and momentum, we now had our first female South African team that was aiming to climb the slopes of Everest. And so in 2019, we were all going for it, and we really built a cohesive team. And unfortunately, we all know how the story ends. By the time we were heading off, and literally it was weeks before we had to pack our bags to go to Everest, the pandemic started, hard lockdown, the mountains got closed off, and that scuppered the plans of this expedition to go any further. So that's now 2 years ago, and it's been a very tough thing to just know that, you know, Everest is still this looming thing out there. It's still something that needs to be climbed by an all-female African team. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I certainly know that I still have my sights on Mount Everest firmly placed. So when I have my birthday in a couple of weeks, it'll actually be 26 years since I turned 26 on Everest, because it's in the same season. But, you know, for me, this mountain is really special, and it teaches me so much about myself. I think through my presentation, I've alluded to leadership, followership stuff, personal career strategy, the things to overcome, obstacles, how to stay resilient, just having that purposefulness to what you're doing. And I think that is so true for all of the goals that we set for ourselves in life. If we don't have that sense of cohesion, the things that pull it all together, it's a lot tougher to get to a goal in spite of the size of the goal. It can be small or big, but it's the motivation to keep going that is embedded in some of the items that I've just mentioned. So I'm going to finish off with a final slide. Just to give you a little bit more of an idea of what it's like to climb the slopes of the mountain. But while I'm doing that and while this is playing through, I just want to let you know that climbing is hard, but so is life. Life is hard. Building a career is hard. And the thing not to do is say, oh, that's going to be too tough. I don't think I should go for it. The thing to do is say, you know what, in spite of how tough it is, I'm pretty sure it can be done because I've seen others do it. Or even if you haven't seen others do it, you know, people need to see other people try. And so I live by this philosophy, even though in the 96 expedition, I was not the one to plant the flag. In the 2003 expedition, I was not the one to aim for the 7th summit, to get to the top of the 7 summits. But it's so important, especially for the next generation, to see our generation try. They must see that someone has tried to do it beforehand. And for me, that is leadership excellence. For me, that is what it takes to bring up the rear. You know, Sarah Kumalo often says that she she thinks it's so important for people to see people like them do stuff. And I think for that reason, we must keep going, we must keep trying, and we must keep persevering. I've got one more question, then I'm going to finish this part of our session. What age is too old to climb Everest? Great question. I get asked this a lot as well, because people obviously now know that I'm in my 50s, and so the question then becomes like, how old must you be before you stop? The good news is that if you're in one of the traditional sports, rugby, soccer, cricket, you name them, the ones that have spectators, there's a timeline. You've got to retire at a certain point, and that's kind of limiting. The interesting thing about climbing is that the older you get, the better you get. Interestingly enough, we acclimatize better, we have better perseverance and endurance, so there's a lot there that goes with getting older. So the oldest woman that's ever climbed Everest is a Japanese lady by the name of Yasuko Namba, and she got to the top of Everest at 63, so I've got time. And the oldest gentleman, actually, I met him in 2003 on Everest, and he then was the oldest person at 73, and the year after that, he came back and became the oldest again. He broke his own record at the age of 74. So there's lots of time, and I think with the longevity that we have in our bones nowadays, chances are someone's going to beat that 74-year-old record at some stage. But that's the lucky thing about high-altitude climbing. There's no time limit. There's no age. Of course, if you're 100 and you're walking with a cane, that would kind of, stop the whole thing from happening. But yeah, there's time. There's time. And I've come across a lot of people who started climbing late in life, and they've done quite well. So I'm going to ask for a quick break, and after this, we're going back to that map that I asked you to screenshot. Don't worry if you didn't. We can always go back into the presentation to give you a chance to do that. But what I then am going to do is just give you some chance to spend time on that map so that you can map out for yourself what your Everest is going to look like. I want to just say thank you for engaging with me in this session, and I'll see you on the other side of this. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good base camp moment over there. Just having a cup of tea and some take a breather. I'm sure some of you have had some thoughts after the presentation, so please keep the questions coming. But I think at this point now, we are at that place where we want to plot our way up a mountain. And, you know, I was talking to Annie during the break, and we were talking about what peak performance looks like and what it means to a lot of different people. And I found myself saying to them that the illusion of peak performance that we've all been given is that you always look great and feel on top of the world and look like you're having a great time. But the reality of peak performance is basically what I showed you a few minutes ago. And it's basically that idea that you are busy working at something that is big and that could potentially fail dramatically or succeed spectacularly. But that, for me, is when you set a goal like that, while you are working on that goal, you're in peak performance mode. And let me explain that a little bit further. I think oftentimes when we're working on high-purpose, high-risk goals, we can feel so awful while we're doing it. I mean, on Everest, for the most part, you're just cold, miserable, hungry, tired. You want to lie down or you want to go home. So there's a lot of time to feel sorry for yourself because of the sheer undertaking of climbing a big mountain like that. And so I always have to remind myself that when I'm feeling like that, I'm busy in the peak performance zone. So don't suffer the illusion that when you're feeling bad or you're feeling like this thing isn't working out or there might be micro failures on the way, that you're not in peak performance. I think peak performance is really defined by the size of the goal and the size of the purpose of the goal. And when you're on your way to that goal, you're in peak performance. So don't fall for the pictures that look like everyone's just happy when they get to the summit. That's also not true. I've been to the tops of mountains where you can't see anything because there's a whiteout. You know, there's just like 10-meter visibility or something like that. And it's taken you so much hard work to get there, and you're really feeling awful or you're feeling ill, but you've made it. So not everyone who gets to a summit feels like, yay! It's wonderful when you do, but I think just let's balance ourselves a little bit with what peak performance really means. So without further ado, I want to ask if all of you have your map in front of you. Perhaps I can just click back a little bit to the map there, just so that those of you who haven't had a chance to screenshot it can get the screenshot done. And I know this is a big ask, but think of yourself in peak performance. That map now becomes the thing that you're going to map for the next 5 years. So find your way. You can either transfer it onto a piece of paper, draw your own mountain if you want to, but use the map that I'm showing you in a minute as your reference point. Because what we want to do here, not that one, the slide. Sorry, I'm just speaking to the technical guys over here. The slide, that's the video. I need the slide. Just go one back. No, one forward. That one, yes. So this is the map that we are talking about. So think about this. In 5 years from now, we're going to be in the year 2027. In 2027, imagine that is your summit of your mountain. I want you to write down for yourself, 2027, what does the summit look like? Okay, so perhaps at the top of your notepad, you can say, my mountain is, and after that you want to say, the summit looks like this. What does the summit look like for you in 2027? You can even make it 2030 because it's a lovely round number. But the reason we're going through this exercise is because too often we don't write down what we want. And I have found that there's a greater incidence of things happening for us when we write it down, when we commit to paper, than if we don't write down. And also there's something in the reading of your goal, the reading of your vision that helps you to visualize it more intensely. So write down, what is your mountain? That's your topic at the top. And then at the bottom of that, I want you to say the summit is. And what does that summit look like for you in 2027? You can make it 2030. It's a nice sort of lovely summary type number that you can use. But you need to also add some detail. So on the top of Everest, when you look around, you can see other big mountains. You can see the mountains that are shorter than Everest, but are still 8,000-meter peaks. You know, there's Gasherbrum, there's Lhotse right next to Everest, there's Makalu, there's Cha'oyu. There's a whole bunch of mountains in your peripheral view from the summit of Everest that you can see. So when I visualize the summit of Everest, I visualize seeing those mountains. I also can visualize seeing hundreds of kilometers away because you're so high. I visualize all the glaciers you see when you're looking down at the mountain, because you can now see the glacier on the other side of the mountain and the glacier that you've just climbed. I look back and I can see all the terrain that I've covered, and it's actually quite inspiring because you look down at the mountain and now suddenly base camp that was so real 2 months ago looks like a tiny little blip at the bottom of what you're looking at. So you're looking thousands and thousands of meters down the mountain. So for you, when you are envisioning your summit for 5 years from now, you must have a very clear idea. There must be a kind of clear picture for you of what that looks like. So write down with some detail, what is your summit? What does it look like? Bring your other senses into it too. What does it smell like? What does it feel like? What does it touch like? What are people saying about it when they see you achieving this mountain? What kind of feedback are you getting from having done this mountain? So that's the summit for you. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes just to think about that, to write it down. Say about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll check back in and tell you what to do with the rest of your mountain. Alrighty, let's wrap it up in about 10 seconds or so. Great stuff. So I'm sure you've got some ideas of what the top of your mountain must look like. And so that's the thing now to aim for. And, you know, as strategic people, I'm sure you can think about what the next step is that we're going to take. But let's go through it together. Let's work out what will Camp 4 look like if the summit looks like that, right? So for you, Camp 4 will look a certain way. Camp 3 will look a certain way. Camp 1 will look a certain way. And then the icefall is also very important because remember, that's the gateway. And then there's base camp. So base camp, remember, is the area that you go back to refresh, to replenish, to recharge. That's your acclimatization spot. So often what I do when I work through a strategic process with clients is I help them understand the importance of base camp. You see, the way you climb Everest is you go up and you come back down to base camp. Then it allows you to go further up and come back down to base camp. It is virtually impossible to reach the summit of Everest without doing the iterative journeys to base camp. So when you're starting on this goal of aiming for your summit, the one that you've just designed for yourself, you've got to ask yourself, at which point on this journey will I have deliberate base camp moments, all right? So let's look at the mountain. I'm assuming that some groundwork has been done, some logistics have been done, you're getting into base camp, and so base camp now is that place. And base camp can be different places at different times, but what I want you to explain to yourself is what will you be doing when you're in base camp? So it doesn't really matter that your base camp could be a spa weekend, or it could be a holiday with a family, or it could just be a sabbatical or something like that. It doesn't matter what your base camp is. You can decide for yourself at which point you're going to have a base camp moment. But what I want you to really think about is what will you be doing during your base camp moment. So here's another bit of backstory. In base camp, the team get together once we've all had our iterative journeys up and down the mountain. There's a moment where we all sit in the mess tent, we've got a hot cup of tea, we may be eating something, but we check in with each other, one by one. We go around the team and we go, how was your trip? How do you feel? Did you have any symptoms going up or coming down? Have you got blisters? Have you got any scuff marks on your body from just the gear, because things can cut into your skin and so on? Any minute detail that is involved in you as the climber is discussed by the team. Even, now this is going to gross you out a little bit, but even your ablutions. So the color of your wee-wee shows either that you're acclimatizing well or you're not. If it's too dark, you're dehydrated, so you won't be acclimatizing well. If it's light, then it means you're hydrated and you will be. So as a team, you need to know these kind of details about each other so that, number one, you can remedy whatever needs to be remedied, you can support whatever needs support, and you can replenish equipment that might be broken or patch up where your skin or your body is in need of patching up. So base camp is that place. After you've done the rigorous journey, the rigorous job of climbing, there has to be regular, periodic, and persistent base camp moments. So before you even think about the slopes of the mountain, remember we've now done the summit. We're now going to describe what will you do when you are in base camp. So I'll give you 3 minutes to just write down what would be nice to do in base camp to recharge you, to refresh you, and to replenish you. 3 more minutes. Thanks, everyone. You've got about 10 more seconds to wrap up your base camp description. Okay. So that's quite a nice one, because in base camp you can really do whatever makes you happy, whatever makes you feel like a good relax. And also I think as a mountaineer, the thing that I keep in base camp to bring me back to base camp helps to keep me safe. Because remember, we talked earlier about the top of the mountain just being halfway. So if you have something in base camp that you can really look forward to, then that helps you to get to the summit and come back down. So for me, without base camp, there's almost very little that serves as your sort of micro motivations for taking the next step and the next step to your safety. So base camp is very important. As a mountaineer, I tend to leave a lot of chocolate in various places. You know, us climbers, we actually eat a lot. I'm going to give you some side trivia for a moment. In 2003, when we were on the mountain for the Seven Summits project, it was the 50th anniversary of the 1953 expedition. So, you know, it was a commemorative year, and it was coincidental for us. We didn't do it for that reason, but it was wonderful to be there during that time. And as a result, that season on Everest, 2003, got a lot of interest. So all these doctors and scientists came into base camp, and they did tests on some of us as climbers, and they just wanted to understand what the physiology is of the average mountaineer. And so, you know, we got a couple of blood samples going, and they tested our VO2 max and all of that at high altitude. And they came to a conclusion in a report that eventually was published in the National Geographic. They came to the conclusion, as part of their report, that the average mountaineer during an Everest season of climbing uses up to 90 billion kilojoules. Now, I could have told you that because we lose weight while we're climbing. Even if you're sleeping, your body is consuming calories, right? So you literally can go a chocolate a minute and not even feel it. I'm sure at this point in time, I've got a lot of people who are saying, well, sign me up for the next Everest expedition because you can sleep and lose weight. But that's the nature of it, is that when you're in base camp, you really can do everything that is pampering to you. So on the mountain, it's eating, because that's really what needs to get done. But we look for other things too. You know, you got to like do your personal maintenance. You've got to clip your nails. You got to, as a woman, I take my moisturizers with me and some essential oils and little things that really make my time on the mountain worthwhile. I don't bother taking perfume. It just isn't worth it, because you don't wash your big clothes for like 3 months or whatever. So you don't do that, but you can take little trinkets that's going to make base camp worthwhile. So for me, base camp is really a thing to look after, is a thing to cherish, because that moment is what gives you the impetus to go further. So now that we've covered the summit and we've covered the base camp moment, I'd like you to think of what obstacles you might encounter on this mountain of yours. So think about the icefall, think about how volatile that is, think about all those ladders we have to climb, think about the fact that an ice block can just dislodge itself from the mountain at any given time, or that you might be climbing and an avalanche sweeps right past you. It's very rare that a climber is caught in an avalanche on the mountain, but it can happen. So there are all these factors that to some degree could be outside of your control. And the more you can anticipate what those extraneous factors can be or might be, the better prepared you are for when they happen. So mentally, as part of your mental prep as a climber, you would think to yourself, there's a strong possibility that I might slip and fall on the ladder. So then your next thing is not to panic. Your next thing is to say, how do I want to respond in case I slip on the ladder? Do I want to grab onto the rungs of the ladder first? Do I want to grab onto the rope? Which of those two actions is the safest action? Once I've done that, do I want to spend 2 seconds just steadying myself before I think of the next thing to do? So the way to prepare yourself for the advent of an unforeseen circumstance is to imagine that thing ahead of time and then not to panic about that thing. Your mind can go into two directions. You can either go into the direction of, oh my goodness, everything's going to go wrong and I'm going to die, or you can go into the direction of, this is how I'm going to cope if it happens. So a peak performance mindset shuts off the everything's going to go wrong part, and it goes into the direction of, this is what I will do if that happens. So I really want you to spend time. I'm giving you, I think for this portion, 5 minutes to think through any potential thing that could come against you on this mountain of yours. Could it be that you fail a semester? Could it be that you get demoted? Could it be that you don't get the bonus or the promotion? Could it be that there could be a whole bunch of things if it's a career-oriented goal, right? So your mountain, career-oriented, what are the things that could go wrong? And then take the peak performance side of the brain and go, if it happens, this is how I'll respond to it. And switch off the panic side of your thinking, because the panic side is not helpful at all in the long term. So I'm going to give another 5 minutes. I'll put my timer on for 5. And I want you to come up with at least 5 scenarios of things that could go wrong and how you will respond to them if they do. If they do, not when they do. It's not inevitable, but it could happen. Okay, so 5 more minutes. It's a bit of longer time, but I think it really requires that we spend some time on it. Starting now. you. Hi, everyone. That was a little bit of extra time spending your time in the icefall, and I'm sure you've got some incredible scenarios now that you've plotted for yourself. I really hope that you were able to get to 5, but even if you have 3 for now, the reason I do this exercise is because so often we get blindsided by what life throws at us. And wouldn't it be great if you can think ahead of time that I am prepared for most of what might come at me. And even if you don't have the preparation, if you've done something and overcome it, it helps you to get the confidence that you might be able to do the next thing and overcome it. So the way I liken it in climbing is that if you've climbed another mountain and you come to Everest, there are some things that are similar on that mountain that you might be able to incorporate into your Everest experience. But there's nothing like climbing Everest to prepare for Everest, right? So if you've been there once, twice, 3 times, by the 4th time you can understand the mountain well enough to know how you would deal with a scenario like an avalanche or a storm or something like that. The reason we do that is because your brain cannot tell the difference between experienced time in real time, past time, or even future time. In our brains, we have a presence, or a present tense rather, that just plays over and over and over. So if we keep imagining scenarios that things can go wrong, your brain takes that information and plays it like a movie as if it's happening to you right now. So what we do then subconsciously is we're wiring ourselves for scenarios that we don't want when we worry about something not turning out well. Well, you can use the same techniques to think about what could go right and then play that movie over and over in your head. And the response time and the effective response to what might I do when things go wrong is a better way to use your brain energy. It's a far more effective way, and it allows you to get the confidence to get the results that you want. So when it comes to peak performance thinking, what you really want to be able to do is practice switching off the panic brain and switching on the brain that says, if it happens, I will do this. And you'll be surprised by the results. So the reason we do the icefall scenario is just so that you don't feel like, oh, I wasn't prepared for what's coming at me. I liken it a bit to being a parent, you know. With your first baby, you are super, super careful. You don't want the baby to fall, so you put all these things in place to make sure the baby doesn't hurt themselves. And there's a lot of like reading up on material. What do I do as a mom or a dad? By the time the second baby comes along, you've kind of seen the movie before, so there are lots of things you don't worry about. So the child scuffs themselves a couple of times. Oh, they'll recover. They go out in winter without a jersey on. Oh, it's okay, they'll be fine. By the time the third baby comes, they basically raise themselves, right? So it's the same type of thing. The more we have the scenario in our head as a positive outcome, the less likely we are to panic and get results that we don't want. So we haven't yet dealt with Camp 1, Camp 2, and Camp 3. Now, these 3 camps are basically, for me, a timeline issue. So obviously, in your 5-year plan, or if it's your 7-year plan to 2030, what you want to do is now start marking off at which point you want to reach which camp. So base camp may be now, it may be a scenario in future. The icefall is what it is. It's your scenario planning for risk. What you want to do with Camp 1 is ask yourself, is Camp 1 year 1? Is base camp year 1 or is Camp 1 year 1? Is Camp 2 year 2? Is Camp 3 year 3? And is Camp 4 year 4? So with your timeline, whether you've decided to do a 5-year timeline or a 7-year timeline, I want you to now plot, what does Camp 1 look like? When is Camp 1 according to your timeline? Then what does Camp 2 look like for you? When will that Camp 2 be? And then what does Camp 3 look like, and when will that Camp 3 be? So what we're doing now, so we started with a big idea, the mountain, the summit. We then went to the bottom and scenario planned what we will do when we are replenishing and we're spending time in base camp. Then we scenario planned the risk. What will we do? How will we respond when risk comes at us? Now we want to do timeline. How will we plot our way through the next couple of years? What will be the markers that tell us you have now arrived at Camp 1 and you have now arrived at Camp 2? And then we're going to, once we've done this part of the exercise, we're then going to wrap it up with just one more exercise for you. So I'll give you another. I think this will probably take a little bit more time, so probably about 7 minutes, because you've got, now let's make it 9 minutes, 3 minutes on each one of those camps. So 3 minutes for Camp 1, 3 minutes for Camp 2, and 3 minutes for Camp 3, and we'll reconvene again 9 minutes later. 10 seconds to go. Please try and wrap up in the next 10 seconds. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. I hope that was a worthwhile exercise to you. So you can now say you are graduates of the virtual Everest climb because you've managed to plot your way through base camp, through the icefall, through Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, Camp 4, and you've even managed to get your summit organized. So typically how I would do this if I was in a room with people is I'd go around, look at all the creative mountains that have been designed by everybody, and really that's the part that I'm missing out on. So I'm feeling a little deprived on this side of the camera because I'd love to see how you've plotted your mountain and what are some of the very specific details you've done. If you feel like this period of time was just not sufficient, you've got your mountain now. You can always go back to it, look over it again, and write down. I always encourage people to write down because that's when you commit to paper that commitment really starts to stick in your subconscious mind for the goals you want to set for yourself. I think just the last piece that I want to share here is that this does not guarantee that you will get to the summit. But what it does do is it helps you to plan your way there. It helps you to identify what steps need to be taken to get to these camps. So you've probably noticed that I didn't go into the detail of what must happen between Camp 1 and Camp 2, for instance. I haven't gone through the detail of what happens between Camp 2 and Camp 3, for instance. That is where you get to navigate your mountain slope. That's where you get to tackle the summit because it is so personal to your own goal, right? So whatever your summit is and how you've defined it and what you've said your camps look like, that is really where you now need to sit down and commit yourself to the idea of how you will go about climbing this mountain. There's a caution I want to give here in terms of the how. So often we get stuck in the how, and then the how seems like it's going to be impossible, and then we go, okay, maybe I shouldn't do it. I'd like to encourage you to not get stuck in the how. Just have a couple of ideas of the how, because this is where things can get a little bit flexy. This is where you need to be adaptable to change and adaptable to using new techniques if old techniques didn't come forth. And there's also that idea of you can actually shift your camps because you're not really on Everest, right? So you can say, well, I did make this a 2-year goal, but maybe it's more doable in 3 years. Just feel your way through this planning that you've just done. And once you've done all of that, you stand back, you look at your mountain. And what I always say to myself, and I sometimes share this with my audiences as well, is you need to separate now. Once you feel like you've committed everything you need to commit to the mountain that you've just created, you need to step back and forget about the mountain for a short period of time. So don't get fixated on it, move away, get busy with something else, and then come back to it, and then commit yourself to the process. The whole thing about climbing, which is for me kind of like a secret sauce, is when I'm in base camp, I don't think about the mountain. It doesn't matter if it's Everest or some other mountain. When I'm in base camp, I focus on me. I focus on my recovery. I focus on my the things that feed my soul. My family is my base camp moment, for instance. So whatever I'm doing, knowing that I'm coming back to my base camp and I'll have the hugs from my kids and, the pampering from my husband. And sometimes I get pampered, I must be honest about that, but sometimes not. But it's just that thing to look forward to. So when you're in base camp, you don't think about the mountain. Base camp is there for you. So your mental energy will be exhausted if you are on the mountain slope all the time. So climb your mountain, get to your camp, come back down to base camp. It's all about you in base camp. Your base camp moment can be as long or as short as you want it to be. Sometimes a base camp moment is a hot bath where nobody bothers you. Sometimes a base camp moment is a weekend away. Sometimes a base camp moment is a sabbatical. It's completely up to you what you want to do with your base camp moment. So I want to finish it off here by just saying, do not be concerned about the little steps. You just stick to the fundamentals and you'll get there. It's shaping what the camps look like and what the summit looks like and what base camp looks like and how you're going to respond to the scenarios that you've planned out already that is really where the meat of your climbing experience is. So without further ado, I want to thank you very much for being part of this virtual climb. Really, in the real sense, it's virtual because we're all on camera together. But also, it's something where in your mind you've now been able to have expedition time for yourself. And I really hope that the template, the scenario, the metaphor and analogy that we've used here today is extremely helpful to you. I'm really looking forward to your feedback. So please find me on LinkedIn and just give me some of that feedback and let me know how your mountain climbing is going for you. I'm going to say over and out, flate, my story is 8, and hand you over to Annie.
Oh, Dish, you are incredible. I've just been hanging on to every last word. Powerhouse lady, that's for sure.
Thank you.
But she is scared of one thing. Can I please tell them?
You can.
Wat's hulle in Afrikaans?
'n spinnekop.
Spinnekop. Spiders. Especially the rain spiders.
I'm terrified.
Love it. Dish, thank you so much. Stay with me while I introduce our next speaker. Next speaker is Beth Rivet-Karnak from RNB, our partners of the Gender Intelligence Conference. Beth has extensive experience in investment banking, from corporate advisory and M&A to strategy and executive support. She has executed 2 green loans since joining the Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory team, but is largely focused on integrating sustainability into RMB's advisory solutions and innovation in the social pillar of ESG. To talk to us about the growth in the sustainable finance market and the opportunities this presents to advance gender equality, I welcome you. Where is Beth? She's over there. Hello, Beth. How are you doing?
Hi.
Welcome
Good
online.
afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Great, thanks. So firstly, thanks very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. And thanks to the other speakers for sharing their stories and insights. I'm just going to share some slides because bankers can't present without slides. I'm going to assume that you guys can see those. Yeah. Perfect. So despite what some might think, these slide cover images actually take a lot of thought and consideration. I guess for me, this image talks to the opportunity for us to put a new lens onto the way we look at financial solutions, leveraging them to help turn our current reality of a gender unequal world on its head. But it's also a tribute to the powerful women that have gone before me, specifically my maternal grandmother, who studied chemistry at Cambridge University, quite a thing for a woman to do in that era, and worked in a bomb-making factory during World War II as the only qualified chemist on site. She also loved daffodils. But before I get into the detail, I thought I would also share a bit about me. After graduating from UCT, I headed straight overseas to get some international work experience. On returning to South Africa, I joined RMB to give myself time to suss out the local market. And here I am 15 years later, so it can't be all bad. My RMB career started in corporate finance, and after 5 great years working across sectors and solutions, I moved into strategy and executive support to give me a little bit more time and space to deal with raising 3 small humans, all girls. And during this time, I was fortunate to be part of the conversation about what shared value means for an organization like RMB and the role an investment bank can play in inclusive growth and productive capital formation. Just before COVID hit, I decided it was the right time to move back into a client-facing role. Interesting timing, moving into a virtual world where my daughter's white noise shifted from the gentle sound of breaking waves to the sound of bankers on Teams calls. But I had it easy. There's no disputing that gender inequality persists in every country and society around the world. But COVID has revealed how the crisis has disproportionately affected women. And no one here would dispute that gender equality and women's empowerment are essential for a prosperous and sustainable world. as they affect all aspects of sustainable development. I'm not going to repeat global studies on the benefit of workplace diversity or women's empowerment, but I did think it might be interesting to share some anecdotal insights from the SME sector in South Africa. Endeavour South Africa is a mission-driven global organization leading the high-impact entrepreneurship movement in the country. Across Endeavour's portfolio of 30 tech-enabled entrepreneurs, 6, or roughly 20%, are female founders in businesses ranging from education, home and business services, mining compliance, and contact centers. In the last 3 years, these female founders have created over 5,000 jobs, or close to 3/4 of the jobs across the portfolio. So that's just 20% of the founders, creating close to 75% of the jobs. A truly disproportionate share of job creation being driven by these female founder-led businesses, and just the kind of impact South Africa needs. But back to me, about a year ago, as part of the operationalization of RMB's shared value strategy, the bank formed the Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory Team. Just after joining the team, I was on a global sustainable finance call where one of the women talked about her motivation for moving into this space: the ability to mobilize capital at scale to solve some of the world's biggest challenges. That thought has really stayed with me, and I feel privileged to be working in such an exciting space. And more specifically to today, I believe sustainable finance solutions offer one more lever or tool to support the drive for gender equality. But let me start with a brief Sustainable Finance 101 for those that aren't familiar with sustainable finance solutions. As you can see from the top chart, the global sustainable finance market really started with the introduction of green bonds and loans. These are specific use of proceeds instruments that support investment in projects that have positive environmental benefits. In more recent years, the market has rapidly evolved to also incorporate social considerations, as well as general corporate purpose instruments like sustainability-linked loans and bonds. These sustainability-linked instruments have opened up the opportunity for a far wider set of companies that may not have sufficient CapEx projects to support a use of proceeds issuance, like a green or social loan, but still want to link their sustainability strategy to their financial strategy to access sustainable finance solutions. This rapid growth of the sustainable finance market, as you can see at a 66 compound annual growth rate over the past 8 years, has resulted in a total market issuance size of 1.6 trillion at the end of 2021. In comparison, the South African sustainable finance market, shown at the bottom of the slide, has really only just started gathering momentum, with limited green bond issuances between 2014 and 2018. However, in 2021, we saw an explosion of activity across solutions and sectors, with close to 33 billion of sustainable finance transactions in 2021. Now, it's challenging to get an accurate estimate of the size of the sustainable finance market specifically linked to gender, as you have the use of proceeds gender bonds, which are social bonds that target gender equality, and then sustainability-linked instruments that have performance indicators linked to gender, amongst others. But based on Bloomberg NEF estimates, and specifically looking at debt sales linked to sustainability performance indicators, just $35 billion of the total $305 billion, or less than 12%, includes targets for female staff, empowerment, or women in management and on boards. On one hand, quite disappointing, but on the other hand, a tremendous opportunity for growth. But how do we specifically incorporate gender into these sustainable finance solutions? Metrics or performance indicators can be broadly grouped into those that focus on internal gender transformation through, for example, greater representation and promoting equitable pay, or those that focus on external opportunities to expand women's economic participation and support female-owned enterprises. There are also a number of global standards that provide a useful external reference point for companies, sovereigns, and state-owned entities to benchmark their targets and performance against. The UN Women's Empowerment Principles are 7 principles that have been adopted by over 3,000 business leaders globally and talk to leadership, non-discrimination, well-being and training of employees, supply chain, and community initiatives that empower women. The 2X Challenge is a G7 DFI commitment to inspire other DFIs to invest in the world's women through entrepreneurship, being 51% women-owned businesses, leadership, targeting 30% at senior levels, employment, both targeted levels as well as a quality indicator beyond compliance, so it's not just about the numbers, or consumption of products or services that specifically or disproportionately benefit women. And I'm sure more familiar to all of you, the 30% Club is a global campaign led by chairs and CEOs taking action to increase gender diversity at board and executive committee levels, targeting at least 30% representation of all women on boards and C-suites globally. So how do we specifically structure these gender-focused targets and initiatives into sustainable finance solutions? As I mentioned, there are 2 primary structures for long-term funding instruments, the use of proceeds instrument and the general corporate purpose instrument. A social bond or loan is a use of proceeds instrument whereby the proceeds must be used to finance or refinance 100% eligible social assets. The pricing benefit is typically provided upfront, and issuers or borrowers must comply with the International Capital Markets Association social bond principles or Loan Market Association social loan principles. Bond issuers also require a second-party opinion from an independent verifier. These principles provide useful guidance as to the eligible social investment categories that are shown on the bottom right-hand side of this slide. But importantly, one of the defined target populations for these investment categories is specifically women. So any project aligned to these eligible investment categories that specifically or disproportionately supports women would qualify as eligible use of proceeds for a social bond issuance. To date, these gender bonds have largely been issued by development and commercial finance organizations to fund loans to women-led businesses or to target investments in businesses that, for example, have signed up to global frameworks like the UN Women's Empowerment Principles or are recognized as leaders in gender equality. In contrast, a sustainability-linked loan or bond has no restriction on the use of proceeds, and the pricing benefit is typically in the form of a margin ratchet that kicks in as the pre-agreed targets or KPIs are met. In the local market, these have generally been structured with specific or bespoke KPIs. The Rand Water Sustainability-Linked Bond, which was the first SOC sustainability-linked bond and the largest in the market at the time, included one KPI out of a total of 4 related to gender equality, focused on increasing female representation at supervisory to senior management levels, as you can see on the bottom right of the slide. These KPIs can also be externally focused. For example, we've engaged with a client in the commercial property sector about improving tenant diversity at their shopping malls, providing greater opportunity for female-owned businesses to access economic opportunities. Just to give you a better sense of what these eligible investment categories or gender KPIs could look like, here are some from some of the instruments that have been issued globally. As we've mentioned, there's commitment to women in leadership, typically targeting more than 30% board, executive, and senior management positions. There's coaching, leadership, and mentorship programs to strengthen the pipeline of female talent. There's investments in family-friendly workplace facilities. As mentioned, supporting women-owned SMEs or women entrepreneurs as a distinct segment. Funding for social enterprises focused on women's empowerment. Investment in companies that are signatory to the UN Women's Empowerment Principles, looking to achieve women representation and opportunity through the supply chain, the provision of products and solutions that disproportionately benefit women, or investment in top-ranking companies in, for example, the Gender Equality Global Report. But sustainable finance solutions are just one mechanism to encourage companies to commit to improving gender diversity. We're also increasingly seeing executive compensation linked to ESG KPIs, which includes gender. As you can see on this slide, 80% of the JSE top 40 have executive KPIs linked to ESG. Of those that disclose the detail behind the scorecard, just 7 or 22% have a specific target linked to gender diversity. Similar analysis shows that 51% of the S&P 500 has diversity, which obviously includes gender, included as a KPI in executive remuneration. Although combining BEE and gender shows that the top 40 companies are seemingly on a par with the US when it comes to diversity in executive compensation. Another positive step towards more transparent disclosure was the release of the JSE Sustainability Disclosure Guidelines. While the JSE is considered to have held existing requirements for sustainability and ESG disclosure through its links to the King Codes on corporate governance, no detailed guidance to assist listed companies on sustainability and ESG reporting was previously issued. The guidelines released at the end of last year are aligned to global initiatives and take the South African context into account. They are voluntary, but certainly create an expectation of increased disclosure and transparency from JSE-listed companies on ESG metrics, many of which companies have reported on already, as they are not new topics. But for companies that have not yet reported on their gender diversity, within both the social and governance pillars, the disclosure guidance recommends specific reporting, both at a board level and within the relevant employee categories, as well as pay equality, access to education, and training for new hires and employee turnover by gender. With greater disclosure, stakeholders can increasingly hold companies to account for their diversity statistics and trends. At RMB, we're also trying to innovate around financial solutions that support social interventions, including gender. Adolescent girls and young women in South Africa face multiple challenges that significantly limit the prospects of health and well-being later in life. In a country where 7.9 million people are living with HIV, the burden of HIV is heavier among women than men, especially in the younger population. In addition to the high burden of HIV, there is also a high level of unintended pregnancy among girls and young women in South Africa. Just over 1 in 2 adolescent girls and young women that has ever had sex has been pregnant, with the majority of these pregnancies being unintended. Adolescent pregnancy often leads to school dropout, jeopardizing girls' future education and employment opportunities. By looking to tackle the problem at this early stage, we hope to positively impact future opportunities for young women in South Africa. The intention is to scale the intervention if successful, but we've also been focused on other opportunities to leverage a structure that brings the public and private sector together to tackle social challenges. So while capital flows are not yet on track to make a meaningful impact on gender diversity, I remain hopeful that the groundswell of global attention and increasingly global capital that is shifting towards incentivizing corporates and sovereigns to drive positive environmental and social change will start to accelerate the pace of change. As stakeholders, we need to ensure that commitments made are delivered on. And as we demand more transparent and quantitative reporting, we must hold companies to account on their commitments to transform for the future. This makes me optimistic about the future we are creating for girls like my own daughters, but also makes me increasingly committed to ensuring that the types of opportunities that are available to my own children are available to more and more people, ensuring that we get the maximum benefit of the diversity of thought, intelligence, creativity, and wonder that exists in our fellow humans. So let's continue to mobilize capital at scale to turn our current reality of a gender unequal world on its head. Thank you.
Thank you. Super, Beth. Thanks a lot. Apologies, just ran across studio there. Great stuff. Thanks so much, Beth. Our last speaker for today is at 4 o'clock. Okay. We will then take a 10-minute breather before we introduce our last speaker for today. So we'll be back with you guys at 4 p.m. on the dot. Welcome back to our speakers and viewers. For our last speaker today for our conference is Bronwyn Williams. Bronwyn is a futurist, economist, and business trends analyst. Bronwyn has over a decade's experience in strategic management, trend research, and foresight, consulting to clients in the public and private sector across the African continent. Her educational credentials include tertiary qualifications in marketing management, University of Johannesburg, economics, University of London, foresight, University of Manchester, and future studies, University of Stellenbosch. She is currently completing a master's in applied economics from the University of Bath. Bronwyn's clients include top 40 JSE-listed companies, the South African Reserve Bank, African government departments, and global business leaders. She also guest lectures for leading business schools such as Duke, Gibbs, UCT, and the University of Johannesburg. Bronwyn is also a published writer and a well-known media commentator on future trends and economic trajectories for network channels, including CNBC Africa and ENCA News. To embellish on why innovation matters right now, I welcome Bronwyn. Over to you, Bronwyn.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Today I'm going to be talking you through some of the trends we've been looking at specifically with regards to the future of work. And it's something that we've been spending a lot of time with at Flux Trends, the company that I work with my partner Dion Chang. We're in the business of trying to unpack trends as business strategies, so taking them beyond what's happening now into actually why they matter to you as individuals and to your organizations. So that's why the presentation I've got for you today is called Skin in the Game, or Rethink, Reset, Recalibrate, and how to, in other words, survive the staggering that we're facing now as we kind of get back to the office slowly as things do go by. So to start off with, I've got this picture of a little goat on the middle of the screen. And you might be wondering why I'm showing you pictures of goats and we're supposed to be talking about work. Well, I think it's quite a fascinating story. What happened here was during COVID lockdowns, obviously many businesses who were involved in the high touch space had to make some pretty radical choices as to how they were actually going to survive the periods of lockdown that we suddenly found ourselves forced into. And what this one petting zoo called Sweet Farm did is they decided to be quite creative. They decided to take their problem and turn it into perhaps a new business opportunity. And what they did is they started renting out their cute and cuddly animals, like that little sheep that you can see on the screen over there, to liven up corporate meetings over Zoom and Teams, much like the one you are listening to me talk to you at today. So instead of having me speak to you, we could have had a surprise bunny rabbits or goats or sheep or cow pop up to try and like make these very sort of static two-way communications touch points a little bit more lively. I think it's a great example of thinking quite a little bit outside of the box, but it's also a good example of how also it's actually solving a need. And the need here that I'm talking about is really the need for more personal, more interactive, more tactile experiences, particularly as we are trying to connect in a much more virtual environment going forward. There is something that is lacking when it comes to purely virtual communications. And as entertaining as I might think, and hopefully you do think that I am for you this afternoon, the fact of the matter is that there's just not the same when we are connecting through a screen than it is when we are connecting in person. And here I have a very interesting sort of statistic that I want to pick up that was brought by some research done by the NHS in the UK. That found when it comes to virtual communications, particularly for older people who are connecting with their friends and family using WhatsApp call or using Skype or using Zoom or using the regular old phone, instead of actually seeing their family members face to face, they actually feel more lonely after a video virtual call connection than they do with no interaction altogether. So we could say that when it comes to interpersonal relationships and really connecting with each other, that our virtual communications, such as the one we're having right now today, are kind of like using salt water to quench thirst. The more connection we have, the more drained we feel, rather than feeling more energized, which is what normally happens when we are interacting as human beings on a personal level or on a professional level. I think this is a really important point to try and drive home, that when it comes to communication, more is not necessarily more. There's a very big distinction between quantity and quality of real communications. And there's a lot of nuance lost when it comes to virtual connections. And this is because, of course, all virtual connections are by definition digitized and discrete. And what does it mean when something is digitized and discrete? Well, it means it's been flattened. It means all the sort of rough and fuzzy edges have been taken off. It's not continuous like a shade that you can see with your natural eye, or if you're a different sort of species, maybe even the shades that we can't see. But rather, the digital world is defined by little pixels that are very defined and that miss out a lot of nuance in terms of audio, in terms of visual, and of course, in terms of those interpersonal cues that we use to make connections with each other. So in other words, we all like a tiny little bit not as sharp when it comes to actually gauging the emotions and the real character of the people that we're connecting with when we connect through a screen. And this, of course, is having an impact on our mental health and wellness. Now, in our organization, we do a lot of work with people in the insurance and the financial sector, and all of our insurance clients have told us how mental health claims have skyrocketed over the last couple of years. And this was a trend that was already in place prior to COVID, but it was just more accelerated by that period of incredible financial, mental, and physical stress that so many of us have gone through. And this, of course, is impacting on our ability to work and also on our attitude towards our jobs going forward. And that brings me to this point. Another thing that I find really, really interesting is this question of the productivity paradox. Now, a lot of us for years and years, and many of us in the trend space and the speaking circuit and the consulting space are very guilty of saying, you know, why don't we just accelerate the move to remote work, and then we can all cut down on our commuting time, and we can all have more focused, productive hours of work, rather than spending all those hours and hours every single day stuck in traffic. But what we actually ended up finding out is that during COVID, when we were all kind of forced into a world of remote work, what actually happened was that although we were spending less time in traffic, we were also now spending less time in productive work. This is a paradox because when it comes to the actual productive hours that we've been working, some studies did show, and South Africa was one of the biggest offenders here, that people were spending more hours on their jobs while working from home than they were when they were working in the office. And that was even when you included commuting time in the package. So in other words, if prior to the era of remote work, you were spending 8 hours of work at your hypothetical desk in the office, plus an additional hour or so in traffic, if you were lucky enough to live that close to your job, you were spending 9 hours on the making money part of your day, and the rest of the time was your own. Now, however, in the era of remote work, people are now working up to an hour above that. In other words, people are working more like 10 hours a day, even though they're not spending any or as much time in traffic. And this is really, really fascinating. It does come back to those points around mental health and how working from home does leave us feeling disconnected and lonely, which we spoke about in that sort of salt water for thirst paradox when it comes to virtual connectivity. But also because there's so many other sort of distractions we have at home. We're not able to compartmentalize our life between work and family and play. All of our various lives, public, private, and secret, have all become mashed together, which means we don't get that decompression space, which means we're not necessarily spending the same sort of quality of focus on our work because our minds are still engaged in sort of home zone, for example, answering the door for delivery drivers, just dealing with a quick comment from a neighbor or from a child or from a family member. All of these things do tend to wear down on our productivity, which means that we're actually working harder, longer hours, but we feel like we're getting less done. And that again is impacting on our mental health. And for this reason, as well as many others, which we'll get into today, some organizations are now thinking about how we're going to sort of stagger back to the office space right now. Many big companies are putting incentives to get people to come back to the office. Other businesses are thinking about how to rearrange the workday going forward, whether that's having sort of shift workers or allowing people to come in for a couple of days a week or a couple of weeks in the month, for example, rather than the classic 9 to 5, and rejigging the office space to be more more flexible and more fluid, but there does seem to be a kind of reversion of this trend that some people are starting to see, that the benefits of working from home are not necessarily equitably spread. The benefits of working from home, if you are relatively well off, have a relatively nice house, and perhaps have some children or family that you want to spend more time with, are very different to the benefits you get if you are a young 18-year-old starting out in your first job, perhaps not living in a particularly nice house in a nice area, without a nice focused space to actually get your work done, and without a corporate network that's going to help and support you to build your career through the rest of your life. And that's another under-discussed point of the switch to remote and virtual work that we have all seen at the moment. That is the fact that our relationships actually become more entrenched in our discrete digitized environment and less fluid. This is also quite an ironic paradox. But if you think about it, when it comes to virtual interactions, your time is scripted and scheduled via Discord or Slack or via Zoom or via Microsoft Teams. You know exactly who you're going to be meeting and when, and there are hardly any chance encounters with random people in your office space that you would have previously met on the stairs, coming in and out of doors, or going to the bathroom or going to the kitchen. Now, these small little serendipitous kind of connections might not seem important. We're going to get back to them today, and perhaps you'll start to see how some of those loose ties are a huge competitive advantage for individuals and for organizations, and new and young team members who are getting plugged into organizations without the benefit of those loose ties could actually be at a handicap for quite a long time going forward in their careers. Now, again, in terms of picking up on the trends of how organizations are trying to adapt to this new fluid, flexible, less in-person, more remote, more geographically distributed, globalized workforce, it sounds so very, very exciting. Well, we're getting things like you can kind of see on the screen over here next to me. Things like playing dolls and playing hide and seek with the spyware software that bosses are starting to put onto our computers to make sure that we are actually working at home. So in order to try and combat that so-called loneliness, some companies have seen the sort of double advantage of opening up apps like you can see on the screen there with those two people's faces who kind of sit parked on your desktop all day long, little colleagues keeping an eye on what you're doing at home and how you're working and making sure that you're sitting behind your desk and not slacking off. We've also got companies engaging in virtual reality and meta and the metaverse and all of those things, all those legless avatars, the likes of Facebook and the likes of Microsoft have put together for us in order to make work feel more like play. Or is it? Well, this whole sort of virtualization and sort of almost infantilizing of the workspace environment by getting us to use these very childlike avatars rather than actually using our actual adult faces are adding layers of hyper-reality and surreality to our day-to-day lives. One of my favorite examples there would be here, this massive sort of bellwether of a flip of the switch as to what's happening with the merging of the real and the virtual worlds right now, to see how the power balance is tipping. And this case study dates back to a mall called the Cary Town Center that you can see on the screen there. It's in America. It's a mall with over 1 million square feet of retail space, or at least it was, because the mall went bankrupt, one of the casualties of our sort of currently overgrown world, if you want to put it that way. But what's interesting is not so much the fact that the mall went under, as it's happening to a lot of malls all over the place, particularly here in South Africa at the moment. It's rather what happened to the mall thereafter. This particular mall was bought out by a video game company, by the parent company of the video game company that makes the game called Fortnite. And that is really quite incredible. The metaverse, this unreal economy, is now buying up literal real estate in the real world that had actually earned that money from selling unreal real estate in unreal metaverse-based spaces. That tipping point is something that I definitely think is quite an important bellwether to see where the balance of money, if not power, really is shifting in the corporate space. And that kind of brings us to the idea of what a company really is. If we are more remote and more distributed and more disconnected in a physical sense, and if companies are becoming more of a virtual concept rather than an office space and a place that we all go to and congregate in, we've seen the emergence of things like DAOs, or decentralized autonomous organizations, that not only don't have a physical HQ, they don't even have a sort of legal identity the way that we understand companies to have a legal identity of today. A DAO, as a decentralized autonomous organization, has shareholders that are also employees. In other words, you only get out, in terms of any sort of outcome or income, if you want to put it that way, what you put in. The work you do, you get compensated for. If you don't work, you don't get compensated, which sounds very, very fair and equitable, but it points to this deeper shift that's perhaps the most critical shift when it comes to the future of work that we've been tracking at the moment. And that is the shift from incomes to outcomes. In other words, the shift away from the relatively new idea of a salaried income that came about on the post-industrial revolution. It's a less than 100-year-old kind of concept, this idea that most of us have a fixed income, that we know what we're going to be making and on what day of the month we're going to get paid. We think it's normal, but it's actually quite abnormal in terms of the full history of the way human beings have worked together and the way economies have gelled. And we're kind of seeing that idea unraveling at the moment to go more towards what we're terming outcomes, or outcomes-based remuneration. And outcomes-based remuneration, as opposed to defined salaried remuneration, covers everything from contracts through to gig work, through to freelance work, through to bounty work, or participating in the Web3 DAO kind of type-based economies, where you get compensated for what you put in. There's no guaranteed payment. And this again has pros and cons. It's great if you're a great worker and you're very confident in your own ability and your own ability to add value and extract value from the global society. But it's quite scary for someone that prefers more security per se, or somebody that would actually quite like a defined salary, that you know what you're going to get paid and when, even if that does mean you're going to have to give up some of your freedom and flexibility when it comes to your time. Again, it's going to be hugely, hugely disruptive for everyone from pension funds and insurance companies through to employers and employees. But it really does speak to the shift that if you want to survive in the future, you have to be able to define how you are adding value to society, and you're going to have to start to quantify it. In fact, if you want to think about really the difference between the sort of jobs that are going to succeed and those that are perhaps not going to succeed or going to fall by the wayside as our lives become even more digitized and virtualized, the idea is to try and think that you kind of want to keep your own role above the so-called API curve that you can see next to me on the screen here. And an API is an application programming interface, or in other words, like an app or a bot or some sort of automatable process. And when people think about automation going into the future, we tend to think about things like robots taking all of our jobs. It's not quite as simple as that. It's more like technology is taking certain tasks from us, which is why it's very important for us to focus on the tasks that add value rather than the tasks that extract value. Any task that extracts value or is seen as a cost center is vulnerable to being automated away. Now, your job and your role in society can still be secure if you've focused on tasks that are value adding. However, if you've held on to tasks that are more sort of value costing, then you are going to find yourself in that dangerous red zone where you're constantly on this treadmill of trying to keep ahead of the next waves of technology to make sure that you're not going to become technologically redundant. Again, the good news is there's lots of work for people going forward. The bad news is that work is not doing jobs that robots could do better. So the sort of trite adage here is that sort of leave the robot tasks to the robots and leave the human jobs to the humans. Now that becomes easier said than done when we start to converge some of these trends that I've been speaking about. And of course, many of you have heard about those buzzwords like Web3 and Web2 and blockchain and crypto and metaverses and all the rest of it. And my sort of simple explanation as to what the distinction is between the web as you know it, or the social media era of the internet that we're all familiar with, and Web3, as it's being termed now, which is kind of the collision of two very different types of technologies. Firstly, virtual reality and sort of metaverse type platforms on the one hand. On the other hand, blockchain, crypto, in the world of DeFi. And what those two seemingly very different things have in common, both the metaverse and the world of DeFi and all the rest of it, is that they are about re-commoditizing and re-monetizing what the last era of the internet was very adamant on demonetizing. And this is a really critical sort of tipping point to get your head around, because the previous era of the web was all around about free access. We're talking about driving the price of data down. It was a case of sort of exponential abundance when it comes to technology. It was about things like democratizing access and free access to everything. I mean, you could build a website for free. You can have a social media account for free. Sure, you pay with your attention and your time, but the idea was it stripped the economic value out of a lot of industries. It stripped a lot of middlemen out of a lot of industries, and it drove the price of a lot of goods and services down to zero through economies of scale. But that has shifted now. This next era is about remonetizing and recommoditizing almost every interaction. So you start to hear things like micropayments and subscriptions and tip jars on your Twitter feeds and cash apps on your Instagrams and all the rest of it. It's about now monetizing the free spaces that we used to play in. In other words, we can kind of see the internet shifting right now from a free to play space into a pay to play to win space. And there's no example that illustrates this better than the rise of the play-to-earn gaming industry, and Axie Infinity in particular, which was a breakout hit, if you want to put it that way, last year. And Axie Infinity is a pay-to-play-to-win game that works quite similarly to the sort of multi-level marketing schemes that you might be familiar with, like Honey Jewelry or like Amway products, you know, those sorts of things where people will come and knock on your door, you kind of buy a starter pack of goods, and then you sell on to the next person, but you really make money actually building a downline. Very similar to what Axie Infinity is doing in the virtual space. It's a game that you play and you can breed these little monsters, but you have to pay to get started in the game. So in other words, if I want to start playing, I've got to buy a monster that you've bred, and then I can breed some more monsters of my own and sell it on to the next guy. But what's interesting here is that these sort of virtual, completely unproductive ways of earning money have become the primary source of income for people in emerging markets, including in places like the Philippines. And there's quite some strong moves at the moment to bring these concepts to the African continent. We've got a lot of idle youth that don't and cannot find jobs. We know we've got record high unemployment here in South Africa. And many of these companies are billing themselves a sort of financial access or a new way to earn an income. But when you sort of take a step back, you can see that this is entirely unproductive income. This is where the worker is not adding value. Rather, the worker is actually a source of value to people higher up the value chain or the pyramid than themselves. And it really does speak, I think, very quintessentially about the shift to Web3, which is about running faster and faster on the so-called proverbial treadmill to kind of stay where you are. And this concept of unproductive labor, I think, can't really be illustrated much better than this sort of example, but we're going to see more of it. And that also kind of speaks on a slightly like less complicated way of talking about this, to what we're really seeing now with the accelerating, exponential, sort of magnifying technologies, all those buzzwords that we hear around us. What we really see is when we start to play in virtual economies and in financialized economies and in virtualized financialized economies, then what we're seeing is kind of an acceleration of all the trends that were going on anywhere else. And the key trend that we have definitely seen is this trend of inequality at both an international level and an international level, accelerating quite remarkably, quite concerningly. The so-called Matthew principle of how winners win big and losers lose hard in these sorts of virtualized, amplified, geared and leveraged worlds. And we can see that with everything that's happened with the explosion of excitement around NFTs and Web3 and crypto and metaverses and all the rest of it. Who are the big winners in that space? Well, it was the same big winners in the previous economy, wasn't it? People, influencers with big personal brands, real brands with really big brand names, and big companies in big countries. The strongest do tend to win outsized chunks of these new spaces that are opening up. It seems very difficult to start to reverse those trends. But I do think that's worth thinking about, and we can bring that back down to terra firma, away from the metaverse for a second, just to sort of illustrate this point again. We sort of opened this talk with talking about the move towards virtual and remote work, and of course a lot of that is also involved luxury workers. Those are the workers like myself, fortunate enough to be able to work on a Zoom connection, very inessential workers, but also have the luxury of mobility, being able to work from kind of wherever we want in the world. which means you've seen property booms out of cities and into more sort of lovely places to live, particularly around coastal towns, for example. But at the same time, we've seen urban degradation going on. So you've seen a very physical separation between rich and poor. And I think none illustrate that more than the rise again of private cities and company towns, which was something that we last kind of saw a couple of 100 years ago with the sort of Industrial Revolution. But again, quite big bellwethers here include certain states in the United States are now talking about re-legalizing companies building actual company cities where those companies will be able to collect their own taxes and make their own laws. In other words, you'll be governed, if you live in one of those company towns, by a terms and conditions sheet rather than by a constitution. And you might think that's quite creepy and quite out of the picture. But if you think about it, here in South Africa, we have a lot of private cities, those private security estates that have been built to essentially enclose the wealthy in their own communities with their own shopping centers, their own schools, their own malls, their own places of work, and to a large extent, quite often their own systems of law and order in the form of private security companies. I just think this is quite an interesting trend to talk about because we see it playing out all over the place. But let's get back to the world of work. And here we need to talk about the Great Resignation. And the Great Resignation is a global phenomenon which does include, as I spoke about earlier, wealthy people moving away from the cities towards more coastal and more recreational areas in order to maintain a higher quality of living or balance of life and to work on their mental health. There's many good reasons for doing these things, absolutely. But there has been a mass movement of people reconsidering the jobs that they have and if they are adding value to their own personal lives or if they should be doing something else with the short days and years that we all have available to us here on this planet. But the Great Resignation is just the tip of this shifting attitude iceberg when it comes to the future world of work. Because in order to participate in the Great Resignation, you kind of have to have a job to resign from. And many people involved in the Great Resignation are not sort of opting out of the rat race altogether, rather they're changing careers or starting something more entrepreneurial that's more in line with their personal values. But there's another subset here, and this is the subset of people who are opting not to join into the rat race at all. And here we're talking about the so-called lying down flat or anti-work movements, where we see many young people across the world, and even here in South Africa, Henley University has been doing a study pointing out that this trend is not just a phenomenon from China and from various parts of the weird West, but rather there are lots of young people who are choosing not to get a job at all and are opting to stay at home and live the most minimal lifestyle possible because they simply do not believe that the world of work as it currently exists holds anything of value to them. They would rather be unemployed than be underemployed. They would rather not work at all than work in a job that they don't believe is actually adding value to their life and to their life plan. And this, of course, is incredible when it comes to sort of future economic growth trajectories. And we start thinking about those unstable population pyramids that we have and the social security entitlement schemes that we have that are premised on the idea of growth and productivity, particularly of young people engaging in productive work in our communities. So that's a really interesting trend to look at. But that's a whole bunch of trends that I've thrown at you. And I want to change course a little bit now to talk actually about the changing world of work itself. And here, to start off with, we can talk about this phenomenon that we've spotted now of people cheating on their bosses. And when we talk about people cheating on their bosses, we talk about people actually having more than one job at a time. So I do like to say that with every trend, there tends to be an equal and opposite counter trend. So for everyone that's opting out of working altogether and opting into lying down flat or into the anti-work time millionaire movement, there's somebody else that's working 2 jobs while they're being paid essentially 2 full-time salaries. And I know several people who are doing this. Again, this has echoes of that Matthew effect where the winners take all and everybody else has even less to play with. And if you are working remotely, it's not above the realm of possibility that you could get away with kind of having 2 different companies think that you're working for them both full-time. But anyway, companies are kind of cottoning on to this phenomenon. And as such, they're sort of ramping up their in-company surveillance measures. This is where we get back to those little things, those little like those little video cameras that sit in the corner of your screen, or even keystroke monitoring, so your company can see every time you leave your desk, or even putting in-home cameras into your home to make sure that you are working the hours that you're supposed to be working. But this, of course, speaks to, again, an erosion of company culture trust, because that's always the challenge, trying to find a balance between trust and control. The more you try and surveil your staff, the less they're going to trust you. And the more we get people kind of working to a work to rule kind of scenario, like those sort of infamous French strikes, where workers don't down tools, rather they follow their onerous job descriptions to the letter, obviously often with much more disastrous consequences than a pure sort of no work strike would have done. And of course, that's not the sort of organizational culture that any of us want to work in or want to manage, a culture of control and surveillance rather than a culture of trust and collaboration. And I really love this quote from Basecamp, one of the executives there, who said, what people crave is human connection. But these that we're seeing right now are the crumbs of human connection. And we don't end up extracting better, deeper, and more creative work by subjecting people to harsher measures of surveillance. We get that by connecting with people on a human level. And that's one of the critical trade-offs that we are facing here, the trade-off between physical security and freedom. And this speaks to not just our relationship with our employees and our employers and how we are monitoring remote workers and how we trust each other, but also with how we remunerate each other in terms of those differences between defined salaried incomes again and your more variable outcomes-based outcomes remuneration packages that are becoming more and more ubiquitous in the world of work. And again, there echoes here with another trade-off, the trade-off between efficiency and resilience. Again, a globalized, remote, disconnected workforce can be hugely efficient. You don't have to pay electricity or rent or all of those good things, but you do lose a bit of resilience in terms of actual deep social ties and deep culture that can actually get your organization to thrive and to survive through challenging and difficult times. Organizations with deep ties, but also many loose ties, are better equipped to deal with crises and to deal with unknown unknowns and external disruptive factors. This is a lesson that, of course, global supply chains have learned only all too well. There is always a trade-off here. We need to find a happy medium between the two. And the third sort of point that's worth pointing out here in terms of efficiencies and inefficiencies is what happens when we automate the wrong things, when we start to replace human intellect and common sense with pure automation. When we start to automate inefficiencies instead of automating efficiencies, we can actually end up perpetuating mistakes at a faster basis than we would have if we hadn't automated them in the first place. So that's why we have to be very, very careful that if we are engaging in technology, and we absolutely should be embracing technology when it enhances our efficiency and resilience, we must be very, very certain that we're not using technologies to actually accelerate, amplify, and magnify the problems that we had anyway, because technology will increase your efficiency, but it can increase your efficiency at making mistakes as much as it can increase your efficiency at solving problems. And yeah, a very good test to do before you start to automate anything or adapt to any sort of new shiny change or new management technique that people are saying you absolutely should embrace right now, is to ask the very simple question of why? Why are we doing this new thing? And also, why are we doing the things that we have been doing before? Simply because it is a new and simply because it's always the way we've done things are equally bad reasons to embrace new ideas and new technologies. And here, my favorite story to illustrate this point comes from Jim O'Shaughnessy, who's a dear friend of mine and a very well-known investor. And he tells this wonderful story about how when he was growing up, he's an American, for Thanksgiving, every year his mother cooked a ham, much like the one you can see on the screen. And every year his mother would cut the end off the ham and throw it in the bin. And one year he asked her, "Mama, why are you throwing away the end of that ham? It looks perfectly good to me." And his mom said, "Wait a minute, I don't actually know. My mother always cut off the end of the ham." So they got on the phone and they phoned Granny, their grandmother, and they asked her why she cut off the end of the ham. And the grandmother said, well, my pan wasn't big enough, so I cut off the end and saved it to use another day. And this created a whole family tradition of the family throwing away the end of perfectly good ham for generation upon generation because nobody had actually asked the question, why? So always ask the question why you want to do something new, and also why you are continuing to do the things that have always been done. Another way to illustrate this point very similarly is to say that when it comes to actually making decisions, and before we start embracing and adopting new things, we have to understand that incentives are going to eat your best intentions for a midnight snack, never mind for breakfast, because people do respond to incentives. And if you incentivize people in the wrong direction, you're going to get the wrong objectives out. And great examples here include Domino's Pizza, who back in the day had an incentive that said that if drivers got their customers' pizzas to them late, in other words, when they were cold, the drivers would get a financial penalty. So of course the drivers started driving faster, but what also happened was the drivers got into more accidents. So it actually ended up costing the company more money than they were actually going to save on a few returns that they got from angry customers with cold pizza. So always think about the incentives that are being put in place to make sure that you're not inadvertently going to shoot yourself in the foot. And again, I've got another great example here that speaks to this and how human these problems are. And that comes from Michael Lewis's book, and there's a movie by the same name called Moneyball, which speaks about American baseball and how the character that's played by Brad Pitt in the movie figures out a way to improve the results of his team's gameplay by taking calculated risks. And the thing is that he found out that team managers in those leagues were incentivized to make conservative choices because they pay packs, penalized them more for taking a risk and losing than it rewarded them for taking a risk and winning. And that meant that if the Brad Pitt character was brave enough to actually take risks, he ended up winning far more because he was the only one willing to take those really good risky bets. And we see this pattern play out in organizations all too often, where middle managers are incentivized to conserve the status quo, or in other words, to keep on throwing away the end of the ham, rather than being incentivized to try to take not risky risks, but calculated chances on new ideas that could actually make the organizations better going into the future. So I really do encourage you to think about those incentives. And perhaps the most important incentive to think about is the incentive around time horizons, and how in our public sectors and in our organizations, quite often the most powerful people in the room are also the oldest people in the room with the shortest time horizon ahead before retirement, right? And we have to therefore try and extend our time preferences so that we can start to set better incentives for everyone and get everybody more excited about the meaning in the workplace that they are working in. And to this end, we've seen trends around the advances of things like shadow boards or time rebels. You can see some time rebels pictured on the screen there. And the time rebels in this particular case are part of Japan's Futures Project, which gets ordinary citizens involved in challenging public sector decisions by imagining themselves as citizens living 50 years into the future. And we see organizations doing similar things too by setting up things like shadow boards. Shadow boards are when you get younger people. So in other words, your youngest employees with the longest time horizon ahead of them as both potential future customers and also employees within your organization, to actually sit in on executive board decision-making processes and to add their comments, not necessarily to have their decisions acted upon because they haven't earned that right in your organization, but rather to learn about the decision-making process and also to challenge decisions from a sustainability as well as from a short-term perspective. So extending our time preferences is one of the most important things we can do, particularly as we find ourselves kind of stuck in this post-normal kind of limbo space where we're not quite back to whatever the next new normal is going to be, and we're not quite online or offline. We're kind of in these liminal spaces. Extending our time preference becomes that much more important. As does literally humanizing our connections, which comes back to what I opened with, this whole concept of virtual connections being in many cases more like kind of salt water for thirst than a really thirst quenching exercise. And the human touch has a bit of a pun in it, because I am quite susceptible to puns, in that we need physical contact with people. In fact, as human beings, we don't have physical contact with anyone. If we are physically lonely, we can develop a phenomenon called skin hunger, which actually wears down not only our mental wellness, but also our physical health and immunity. And we also need to get, more figuratively speaking, skin in the game. In other words, get those incentives aligned. Let the risks and the rewards and the individuals taking the risks and making the rewards get closer together and become more aligned if we do want our teams to try and pull together in very literally and figuratively disconnected times. And this comes back to what I was talking about right at the beginning, the importance of actual proximity when it comes to getting innovation and ideas to flow across organizations and getting cultures to gel. In other words, us to become more resilient and more innovative going forward in the next waves of crisis and change, which unfortunately we're definitely going to be facing for some time to come. And here I've got a great case study that took place in the original prohibition, not the South African COVID prohibition of 2020, 2021, but rather the original prohibition that took place in America in the 1920s. And a bunch of economists published a really interesting paper that showed that in states that imposed prohibition, new patent registrations, which is a very good proxy for how innovative a society is, declined significantly when prohibition was instated. And this wasn't because of alcohol. I'm not advocating that we should all go out and drink tonight, but rather because of where and how drink was consumed at third spaces, in saloons and in bars that were not quite the place of work and not quite your place of home. In other words, they were places that colleagues and colleagues from different companies would come together and would meet in a loose tie type environment, and ideas would flow along with the beverages that were being poured. But the innovation came from people physically bumping into each other and being exposed to new ideas and new conversations that they wouldn't have been exposed to in their normal linear work to home lives. And this does show how important those loose ties and those serendipitous encounters really are. All those water cooler conversations, all those so-called, like we're terming them now, ghost workers, the people in your organizations that generally tend to fill support functions that don't get invited to your Teams or your Zoom calls or your Google Hangouts, that you used to speak to over the lunch break, that now nobody sees anymore. Those people have ideas and thoughts and insights too that you have to draw out, which means we have to make really, really conscious choices to reconnect with our colleagues and with our customers and to invest in those serendipitous loose ties, which are really the ties that bind us together from a cultural perspective and are the ties that help us to build a more innovative base upon which to come up with more creative ideas going forward. And this is closely tied to the idea of 4D diversity. And of course, we know all about sort of 2D diversity here in South Africa. We know about the importance of having race and gender quotas in place, but that's not enough. Not only do we need diversity in terms of demographics, we also need diversity in terms of worldview, insight, personality. If you've got a very racially and gender diverse company, but everybody went to the same school and the same university, you don't really have a diverse organization. You've got a 2D diverse organization. A 4D diverse organization has people with different backgrounds, different interest profiles, and with different heritage and cultures. And those different ideas coming together are where we get, once again, those serendipitous encounters that allow us to embrace the best that humanity really does have to offer, which is a convergence of our single human nodes into creative new organizations that come up with new ways to solve problems. And that whole concept of outside perspective coming in to solve old problems is a really beautiful one to look at. I know that Formula One is back on the television. Many of you are watching it right now. What many of you probably don't know is that during the early days of COVID, a hospital or a couple of hospitals actually hired Formula One pit crews to come and assess the ergonomics of how their nurses and doctors were handling patients in a children's hospital in order to speed up the bedside flow, much like Formula One pit crew teams are able to speed up the flow of the change of oils and tires on the racetrack. And they were able to save a lot of time and save lots of lives by bringing in very literally those outside perspectives. And that's really the thought that I want to leave you with today, that the story really is a story about connection and about how important physical proximity is, how important actual human connections are, and how important it is to invest in those loose ties and those outside perspectives, and not to fall into the temptation of having a very digitized, discrete, 2D connections with each other going forward. And that's why I can't really think of a better quote to end this off with than "only connect" from Howard Zinn, which really does speak to what we have to do if we want to speak and to fix many of the problems that I've spoken about today. Thank you so much for inviting me.
You are a most engaging speaker. My gosh, you had me stuck to every last word. And thank you for ending off our afternoon on with such energy and awesomeness. What an honor. Well, ladies and gents, that brings us to a close for today. We're a good 15 minutes early, so if there are any questions, please feel free to pop onto Slido with that QR code and put some questions through. I know Colleen can then get back to you via email if necessary. Of course, to those of you who've just joined us or just joined us recently, today's live session has been recorded, except for this last hour. So should you wish to review today's conference, you may do so. Just visit the Business Engage YouTube channel after the event today. And from myself, Andy Klee, the Business Engage team, and our partners, RMB, thank you so much and goodbye.